sells. He's got the marks of a genius. I'm looking for this man to sell him to other men, to sell him to other men, to make us rich and famous. 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 Famous, 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 famous,
what do you see? Couple handfuls of hackers with that black hat mentality. Most of us got records cause we feel compelled to flex. All compulsion body systems that we probably born to wreck. Mad respect to my hacking gopniks.
The future. The future. The future. The future.
For the future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
Future.
The future. The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future. The future.
The future.
Toasters.
For the future.
Jetpacks. The future. Robots.
The future.
Asbestos.
The future.
Tetris.
The future.
Laserdisc. The future. Transistor.
The future.
ARPANET. The future. DEFCON.
The future.
Photoshop.
The future.
Teleports. The future. Printing press.
The future.
Prozac. The future. Internet.
The future. The future.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending upon where you are in the world, and welcome to the latest installment in the Black Hat webcast series, Stalkerware, Solutions for Mitigating its Impact on Privacy and Security, brought to you by Black Hat and Informa. My name is Steve Paul. I'm your moderator today. We have just a few announcements before we begin. This webcast is designed to be interactive between you and our presenter, and later in the program we'll ask for your feedback. We strongly encourage participation and are happy to take your questions and comments. You can participate in our Q&A session by asking questions at any time. Just type your questions into the Ask a Question text box at the bottom left of our console. We'll answer as many questions as time permits after our...
Teleports. Beam me up, please. The future. Toasters.
The future.
Jetpacks.
The future.
Robots.
The future.
Asbestos.
The future.
Tetris.
The future.
Laserdisc.
The future. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending upon where you are in the world, and welcome to the latest installment in the Black Hat webcast series, The Future. Stalkerware, Solutions for Mitigating its Impact on Privacy and Security, brought to you by Black Hat and Informa. My name is Steve Paul. I'm your moderator today. We have just a few announcements before we begin. This webcast is designed to be interactive between you and our presenter, and later in the program we'll ask for your feedback. We strongly encourage participation and are happy to take your questions and comments. You can participate in our Q&A session by asking questions at any time. Just type your questions into the Ask a Question text box at the bottom left of our console. We'll answer as many questions as time permits after our presentation. If you're experiencing any technical problems, please visit our webinar help guide by clicking on the help question mark icon on the bottom right of our console. But if slides are not advancing, please press the F5 key on your keyboard to refresh your browser. And now on to our presentation, Stalkerware, Solutions for Mitigating Its Impact on Privacy and Security. Discussing today's topic will be Eva Galperin, Director of Cybersecurity and the Head of Threat Lab, Electronic Frontier Foundation. Over to you, Eva.
I'm doing all right. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I wanted to start by apologizing for my lack of slides. I have had a sudden hard drive failure, but I assure you that normally it would just be 50 pictures of cats, so you're not missing anything in the slide department. Let's go ahead and get started. So, who am I and what am I doing here? My name is Eva Galperin, and I am the Director of Cybersecurity at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which is a digital civil liberties organization devoted to making sure that when you go online, your rights come with you. I run EFS Threat Lab, which is a little subsection of EFS devoted entirely to privacy and security research for particularly vulnerable populations. And that usually includes journalists, activists, victims of domestic abuse, all kinds of people who normally don't get a lot of attention in the cybersecurity discussion. So let's go ahead and begin by asking the most important question, which is, what is stalkerware? What the hell is this stuff? The difference between stalkerware and all other kinds of applications on your device, on your phone or on your tablet or on your computer, is that stalkerware is specifically designed to circumvent consent. So stalkerware is any application which can be installed on your device, which is designed to surreptitiously send information from that device back to an admin, and to fool the end user into thinking that they are not being surveilled. This is the most important part. In order not to be stalkerware, consent has to be built into the application. Do not rely on the need for a username and password in order to log in and install the application. Do not rely on third-party action. And do not rely on, say, consent in your employee handbook as a way of sort of waving aside of this consent problem. So right now, everyone is facing a very interesting situation in that suddenly a whole lot of people are working from home who were not working from home before. And this has resulted in a lot of bosses spying on their employees. They have started things like mandated always-on webcam policies, screen grabbing software that replays the employee's day, 5 seconds at a time, key loggers, programs that label work productive or unproductive, that spy on chats and look for suspicious keywords such as job, client, or file to flag an employee looking for other work. So these things are extremely invasive. Are they stalkerware? They are certainly stalkerware if they are designed to fool the employee into thinking that they're not being spied on. If you have the consent of the employee and they understand that they are, doing company work on a company computer, that they are being, surveilled in a specific sort of way, it is creepy and invasive, but it is not stalkerware. So we're also seeing a sort of expansion in domestic abuse situations. So we've had kind of mixed signals in this area. For example, the National Domestic Violence Hotline has continued to see an average of 1,800 to 2,000 contacts a day through March and April. So that hasn't changed. On the other hand, Governor Cuomo of New York says that the reports of domestic violence in New York are up, And certainly most of the on-the-ground organizations that I have worked with in the last couple of months have seen an uptick in contacts. Furthermore, this uptick in contacts may not actually reflect the full extent of the uptick in domestic abuse. For one thing, we know that abusers no longer have to track the location of their victims if they're trapped inside the house with them. So this might also be an opportunity for abusers to install stalkerware or to spy on communications of their victims. Furthermore, we are also seeing situations in which we're seeing situations in which abusers don't necessarily have to track their victims because they know where they are. So how big is the stalkerware market? We don't know. Right now, we have only sort of brief glimpses into how big the market is. For example, last year, a combination of Google and Avast found a total of 8 apps in the Google Play Store that qualified as stalkerware that were in violation of the Google Play terms of service, and it removed those apps. At the time when it removed those 8 apps, they had a total of 180,000 downloads. So that's a lot of downloads. That's a lot of people using stalkerware. We also have a sort of brief glimpse into the stalkerware market by looking at how many terabytes of data are being stored by the stalkerware companies in the cases where they've left their AWS buckets open. And we have seen terabyte after terabyte after terabyte of data. It's incredibly invasive. We've seen thousands of users. And this is still only a very small glimpse into the market. So how does stalkerware work? Stalkerware is installed directly onto devices, onto your computer, your tablet, your phone. There's stalkerware for Android, for iOS, for Windows. The most common stalkerware that I have seen is definitely spying on Android phones. And the reason for this is sort of multifaceted. The first is that the Android marketplace is not centrally controlled in the same way that the iOS marketplace is controlled by Apple. And it is possible to sideload products from stores other than the Google Play Store, sometimes masquerading as the Google Play Store, other times simply just download this thing from this link, which is one of the other ways in which they install things on Android. Most iOS stalkerware requires you to have the username and password, physical access, and also to jailbreak the device. There haven't been a lot of remote jailbreaks for iOS that are still running these days, but what happened as a result was that the iOS stalkerware simply evolved into something even more annoying, which is that most iOS products now work just by scraping your iCloud backup, which Apple limits to once per day. But that still gets you a whole lot of information about the phone. I have had stalkerware companies argue that their products are not stalkerware if they scrape the backup because Apple will inform you that your backup has been accessed. Again, if you as a company, if you as the maker of the software do not inform the user about where their information is going, you are making stalkerware. Don't rely on Apple to do your work for you. Apple security is stressed out enough. The Android marketplace is also further made complicated by very serious security problems. For example, just I think the day before yesterday, Samsung rolled out a patch for its Android products that fixed a zero-click remote access bug, which was usable on all of its going back to 2014. This vulnerability was found by Google's Project Zero, who are very excited about looking into the entire marketplace of no-click remote access execution. One of the reasons why this has been some of the biggest priorities is because you can tell people not to click on things.
You need to let people into the Zoom call.
You have no-click install. You no longer have interaction. You cannot stop people from installing this stuff. It feels very unfair. So what happens once you've bought this stuff, you've installed it on your device? The user pays for a monthly access to a portal. So again, this is one of those situations where the software company is extremely complicit in the spying, in that every month they get money from the person who is doing the surveillance. They are the people who are storing all of the information which is being surveilled. And often they have billing information for the person who is doing the surveillance. This will be useful to us later. These portals are often not very secure, which I understand is kind of strange, and that complaining that surveillance software is bad in and of itself, and then complaining that the surveillance software is also not very secure, also not very good. It feels a little bit like walking into a restaurant and going, this food is terrible in such small portions. So the user is paying for monthly access to a portal. Sometimes these portals send passwords in the clear. Sometimes they have publicly viewable buckets in the cloud, which is one of the reasons why I have seen terabytes and terabytes of data gathered by surveillance companies for the purpose of spying on usually victims of domestic abuse. And often when somebody sees something like this, they respond by saying, there ought to be a law. This is by far the most common response that I hear. Isn't this stuff illegal? They ask me. And I have to give them the sort of lawyerly answer, because I have an entire floor of angry attack lawyers at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And anytime that I ask them a question about whether or not something is legal, they sigh and they say, it's complicated and it depends. Which is, a little like if you ask an InfoSec person about privacy or security questions. So it turns out that this is a very, very complicated question. And the reason for this is because of jurisdiction. In the United States, every state has its own laws about wiretapping, about consent, about surveillance. Different kinds of surveillance have different laws impacting them. For example, the wiretapping statute, there's one in every state, and also a federal law, which covers, the wiretapping statute covers voice communications over, over some sort of device. So if you are listening in on phone calls, that is considered to be different from looking at somebody's texts, from intercepting their passwords, which is potentially a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which is also something that EFF is very careful about, because the CFAA is very broadly written and can sometimes be used as a way of bludgeoning and intimidating legitimate security research. And I myself am a security researcher, and I would like to maintain both our tools and our methods while continuing to keep people safe. So people say there ought to be a law. There's a wiretapping statute. There's the CSAA. If you are in a state with two-party consent, then by default you are violating two-party consent when you install this stuff, because the end user does not know that their phone calls are being recorded and therefore is unable to consent. And you may ask, but what about my employees? I am running my own network. I have everybody sitting on my VPN. I have everyone using my my hardware. Everything has to be managed by my IT department. I'm concerned about insider threat because I am a responsible business owner. In this particular case, your employee does not actually have a right of, or like an absolute right of privacy on your network, on your computers. Usually this gets covered in the employee handbook, where the employee is required by HR to specifically say that they understand that this is not their equipment, and that it is being used for company purposes only, and that anything that they do on this equipment may be monitored by the company. But as a person who has done IT and security work once or twice in the past, I can tell you that your users are going to use their work machines and their work networks for all kinds of things that do not involve work, and that you may end up over-collecting or over-surveilling your employees in a way that is potentially very, very invasive and can discover all kinds of really sensitive information about them, which I would really prefer that you did not do. So let's talk a little bit about the FTC, because when we talk about how there ought to be a law, we should talk about the fact that not only do laws already exist, but there is already an organization that recently took action against a stalkerware developer. So the FTC last year took action against stalkerware developer RetinaX, which is the company behind Mobile Spy, Phone Sheriff, and Teen Spy. The FTC settlement bars RetinaX from distributing its mobile apps until it can adequately secure user information and ensure that it's absolutely only used for quote-unquote legitimate purposes. Again, we have this problem where the FTC assumes that there is a legitimate purpose for secret stalking apps. RetinaX came to the FTC's attention not for making stalkerware, but again, for making stalkerware poorly. The company had suffered multiple security breaches in the past couple of years, including attacks from vigilante hackers who deleted petabytes of the company's data, essentially data that was that the stalking app users had collected through spying on spouses, children, employees, and other targets. The FTC alleged that the poor security was a deceptive practice, which the FTC had the authority to regulate under Section 5 of the FTC Act. In addition to requiring RetinaX to demonstrate tighter security overall, the FTC alleged that the company violated the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, otherwise known as COPPA, with 2 Ps, different from COPA with 1 P, which is a different children's online privacy thing. COPPA requires companies like RetinaX to secure information, particularly the kind of sensitive information RetinaX's apps collect, like physical location and online activities, from children under 13. So the FTC's proposed settlement took some really great steps. We were very excited about this, but we didn't think that it went quite far enough. Noting that RetinaX's apps often come with instructions on how to prevent their icons from showing up on a target screen, the FTC requires the company to include an icon with the name of the app on the mobile device. And again, this is a great idea because we're always telling people that consent is key when it comes to stalkerware. This is what distinguishes stalkerware from not stalkerware. In response to another trademark characteristic of malicious stalkerware, the FTC also prohibits Retina X from selling apps that requires users to jailbreak, root, or otherwise circumvent a device's security protections to install. So far, so good. But the settlement has all kinds of weaselly language that EFF is not into. For example, the requirement that Retina X make sure that its apps are used only for legitimate purposes, which the FTC seems to think includes spying on your children or your employees. The settlement spells out how Retina X will have to take reasonable steps to ensure that its users will only use the app to monitor a child or an employee or another adult who has provided written consent. And this makes a huge blind spot in the settlement. For example, the FTC hollows out the overall positive requirement to include a clear app icon by elaborating that such an icon can be removable by a parent or legal guardian who has installed the app on their minor child's phone. So this is just a great big loophole. There are serious problems with this framing. First, it's nearly impossible for Retina X to establish or monitor its users' relationships to their targets, or ensure that they will use the app in the way that they say they will. Second, and most importantly, stalkerware apps like Retina X are fundamentally malicious technology, and the FTC's settlement ignores the trend of abusers repurposing child safety and employee monitoring tools for domestic violence against spouses, children, and others. The fact that this technology is oppressive and invasive regardless of who it's used on, and there's no acceptable use case for running a consumer spying app secretly. Weirdly enough, contrary to the FTC's assertion that the agency's first case against a stalking app is this Retina X case, the FTC has singled out this kind of malicious spying technology under Section 5 before. In 2012, the FTC charged Designerware LLC, a company that provided spyware to rent-own computer providers, and entered into a consent decree with the company, agreeing not to collect data from computers without giving clear and prominent notice and obtaining affirmative consent. Similarly, in 2008, the FTC sued CyberSpy Software, which sold a keylogger program. The company entered into a consent decree with the FTC in 2010, in which it agreed not to promote, sell, or distribute software to be installed on computers without the knowledge and consent of the computer's owner. So, what does this all mean for us, the users and the people who run companies? What does this mean for policy? Where do we go from here, as we say? One of the things that I chose to do was I helped to found an organization called the Coalition Against Stalkerware. The Coalition Against Stalkerware was founded last year. It is made up of 8 companies, groups of security researchers, and sort of on-the-ground practitioners, people who deal directly with victims of domestic abuse. And we have a couple of different goals. The first thing that we did was we came up with a shared definition for stalkerware that all of the AV companies could use. The second is that we are encouraging antivirus vendors to join for the purpose of sharing samples and making sure that AV does in fact pick up these products. Because one of the things that I found in my initial research was that antivirus companies are actually very bad at detecting stalkerware products because frequently inside the company there are people who are pushing back and saying, hey, there are still some legitimate uses for these products. And so they don't get properly labeled. Sometimes they are not labeled at all. Sometimes they're not found. Sometimes they're circumvented. Sometimes they're simply labeled as potentially unwanted programs. But we have convinced a couple of companies to start calling out stalkerware quite directly, which I think is extremely important for what I think is kind of the next step in activism. I would very much like for the detection of spyware and stalkerware to become sort of the standard among antivirus companies, so that we no longer have to talk about whether this AV company detects it, this AV company doesn't detect it. Everybody finds it by default. And I would like for there to be a message which comes up that specifically calls out the product as stalkerware and tells you what the product is. Now, one of the reasons for this is I would like my sort of next step involves outreach to law enforcement. One of the biggest problems that I have seen with victims of stalkerware on the ground is that even once they find stalkerware on their devices or on their computers, they don't know what to do next. And they take this information, they bring it to law enforcement, they bring it to the FBI, or they bring it to their local police department, and law enforcement simply has no idea what to do with it. They end up with people who don't understand how this is evidence, who don't understand what appropriate next steps may be, and who essentially tell them that they are crazy. And I am up to my armpits in victims in this situation. So I think that the best next step is to improve the flagging of these stalking apps to include, here is the app, here is when it was installed, here is what the app is. And that way, ideally, I have a dream. And my dream is that upon seeing one of these messages, now law enforcement will be able to call the DA. The DA will be able to write a subpoena to the company asking for the login information and the credit card information of the person who was using the app at that time, or who had been connected to the portal at that time. And possibly these companies will in fact give up this information in response to a subpoena. Now, anybody who has done information security for a long time understands that this is the beginning of a long cat and mouse game. That after this, we will start seeing either software companies refusing to comply with subpoenas, ignoring them, or taking steps to make sure that they don't have this information about their users. And this is a problem for later. We're definitely kicking the can down the curb. But right now, it would be a massive improvement if we could just detect it and find the people who are using it. And I think that this would definitely discourage the use of stalkerware all over the world and would put a great big dent in it right now. So that's everything from me right now. Again, I apologize for my lack of slides. I promised that normally it would be 50 pictures of cats. Stalking cats, presumably, up in your ceiling, spying on you. And now I am ready to take questions.
Okay, fantastic. Excellent discussion. And there's really nothing wrong with seeing pictures of cats. So next time, feel free to send them along. But we do have a lot of great questions, and so we're going to take a moment to review those questions. And Eva will answer a couple of them, or as much as we have time for. We'll also want to let the audience know that we have a couple of more Black Hat webcasts coming up in the near future. And so we'll push out a couple of links here if you're interested in signing up for them. On May 21st, Attacking and Defending a Distributed Workforce. And then on June 4th, we have another session you might be interested in, and that's often a surprise trip to Zero Trust Land. So a couple of options for you for coming up. And looks like we do have a couple of interesting questions here. First off, Eva, what is the most powerful thing we can do as individuals to prevent stalkerware from becoming the norm?
Well, I mean, obviously there are some technical solutions to this problem, but I think that there are a couple of very powerful things that we can do. The first is to educate users, educate them in how to lock down their accounts and how to detect the difference between between the compromise of their device and the compromise of their account. This turns out to be a really serious gap in the understanding of end users. End users usually default to thinking that their device has been hacked when you're talking about actually account compromise. And there's a lot that we can do about account compromise that we simply can't do about device compromise. And if you take proper steps against account compromise, you can actually prevent a whole lot of the sort of stalking and spying that I have seen. Having said that, what happens when it really is a rat? What happens when somebody really does have stalkerware installed on their device? I recommend installing any one of the AV products from the companies that have joined the Coalition Against Stalkerware, which includes Norton LifeLock and Malwarebytes, Kaspersky. My hope is that in the next couple of weeks, when we see we'll see an announcement from the Coalition Against Stalkerware, announcing that more AV companies have joined us, and then my sort of long-term goal is to make this the norm, so that it doesn't matter what AV product you're using. The AV products by default recognize stalkerware as stalkerware and allow you to take action against it. I have collaborated on some research which will be coming out shortly about which AV companies detect which stalkerware, but it's a moving target. The biggest problem with doing this kind of assessment is that you only get a snapshot of who detects what version of what at any given time, and having a broader look at it can be very difficult. For example, it is not uncommon for AV companies to detect stalkerware, possibly 3 to 6 months after after a version has come out. So older versions of stalkerware, but they have less detection capability against newer versions. So we've seen an enormous gap there, and you can end up with research that shows you that AV companies provide a great deal more protection than they do in reality. I think that answers the question. How do I?
Absolutely, great. Thank you.
All right.
Question from Frank. Asked and answered. Okay, Frank would like to know, what are the risks and solutions for agreeing to turn on or off of vendor monitoring to improve my user experience?
I'm not sure what you mean by vendor monitoring. Again, this depends on what you have consented to, and who the vendor is, and what kind of bind you're in. One of the big problems that I've seen with the employee monitoring tools is that they simply don't acknowledge what a tremendous asymmetry of power there is now between the employees and their employers. We are looking at something like upwards of 20% unemployment in this quarter. People are very, very worried about losing their jobs, and they're more likely to sacrifice their privacy or their security rather than get laid off or fired. They can really be cowed into giving up a whole lot of their rights right now. And I would really like to encourage bosses not to take advantage of this in their employees, because it might be legal, but it's immoral and it's unethical.
Great point. Mike has a question here. Which AV vendors detect stalkerware? Do you know of any?
Again, it depends on which stalkerware. It depends on which version. But Kaspersky and like Malwarebytes, Norton LifeLock are both part of the Coalition Against Stalkerware and have a very good track record of calling this stuff out and of detecting it. The same goes for Lookout, which is largely a mobile product. And since we see a lot of mobile stalkerware, that is also really important. But eventually I dream of a day when I will not have to tell you what specific AV to use. And all AV will just do this by default.
Fantastic. We can take a few more questions here, so I'm going to let Eva take a look. There's quite a few. We appreciate it, and if you see something here, you can just read it off and tackle it as you will.
The future. The future. The future. The future.
For the future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
Future.
The future. The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future. The future.
The future.
For the future.
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 The future. The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future. The future.
The future.
Radio, toasters, music on TV. The future. Jetpacks, robots, printing in 3D. The future. Asbestos, Tetris, artificial news. The future. Laserdisc, transistor, air-conditioned shoes. The future. ARPANET, DEFCON, floppy and CD. The future. Photoshop, teleports, beam me up, please. The future.
The future.
The
Okay. Hi. Good evening, everyone. Good morning if you're in my side of the world. So I'm basically calling in from Australia, from Melbourne specifically. So my name is Gail. Okay, so I'm just gonna have like a brief presentation about what is mental health first aid. It's basically a 2-day training here in Australia, but I just like compress everything to short, like 15 minutes or so. So it's just like an overview so that people understand what mental health first aid training is. So, okay, so for my short presentation, I'm just gonna have like, like the definitions, the prevalence of mental health illness, and what is basically mental health first aid and why do we need this. And then there's also this acronym called ALGE, which is to help you remember what is the mental health first aid plan. Okay, so just a brief background about myself. So before I moved to tech, I trained as a psychologist. So I was planning to go to law because where I studied, you have to have like a pre-law first before you go to law school. So I finished my psych degree, then I moved tech. So I've been in tech for more than like 17 years. And currently I live in Melbourne, Australia. So just to clarify, it's not Melbourne, Florida, it's in Australia. And due to some personal circumstances about 2 years ago, I went back to my um, background psychology because I was like trying to understand what's like happening with myself. So because of like work situation, I had a lot of anxiety and I found out by watching a presentation from one of our conferences here that there's such a thing as a mental health first aid, and that's why I decided to go and study mental health first aid. So I'm an accredited mental health first aider, and it is standard. So when we say standard, that's like the foundation, the basic, and then you can specialize. Like for example, you can specialize for a particular age group or a particular cultural background. Like if you're uh, if you'd like to work with the Aboriginal community, there's a specific training for that. And then currently I work as a threat analyst. It's more on the blue side of stuff, like blue team. And I work for a company called Cyber Research based out of New Zealand. So I work from home. So I'm a remote worker. And then there's my Twitter handle. If you want to reach out, my DM are always open. So okay, so let's first talk about um, the definition when we talk about mental health. So I'll start first with a very standard one that actually comes from the World Health Organization. So the WHO defines mental health as a state of well-being in which a person, an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. So that's the World Health Organization's definition of what mental health is. Now, I'm just going to show you like two pictures here. So when you look at this, photo, what do you think uh, is being conveyed here? Okay. I'll give you a second to think about that. Okay. No. Okay. Then what about this second photo? So you look at it. Okay. I think there's like some people. Yes, that's whether like people like in the chat. Okay. Okay, thanks for your contribution. She's meltdown. So first joy, now this like anguish. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the reason why I showed these two pictures is to give you an idea about the Mental Health First Aid Australia's definition. So there is this organization called Mental Health First Aid Australia here in Australia, and they're the one who started providing this kind of training about mental health. So for MHFA Australia's definition of mental health, they see this as a continuum. So ranging from having good mental health to having mental illness. So it could be like a continuum of, you could say, like positive, aspect of your life to, like the downside of your life. And the interesting thing to remember about mental health, being a continuum is that you could be at various, positions in this continuum and a continuum at different points in your life. So it may be that currently, everybody's like, so stressed out, so sad about what's happening in the world. But eventually, we will be able to survive this, and we're gonna be there for each other. So there is this continuum. Okay. Now, I just need to clarify certain terms here so that we are clear about the terminology that I'll be using. So when we talk about mental health, okay, there is the term mental disorder or mental illness. So this basically means there's something that was diagnosed. Okay, so a mental disorder, mental illness is a diagnosable illness that affects a person's thinking, the emotional state and behavior, and it disrupts the ability of the person to work or carry out daily activities and engage in satisfying personal relationships. Okay, so that's the definition that we have here. Now, if you hear the word, the phrase mental health problems, it is a broader term. It includes both mental illness and symptoms of mental illnesses that may not be severe enough to warrant a diagnosis of a mental illness, as well as mental health related crisis that involves thoughts of suicide. So mental health problem, think of it as like an umbrella term. Okay. Because if you use certain terms like insane, crazy, and all those things, those are like pretty loaded words, and each word has their own definition. Like when you say insanity, there may be like legal definition, but if you look up like craziness, there's no legal definition for that. So that's why these terms are very important. Okay. Now, okay. So I'm basically more familiar with the stats regarding the prevalence of mental health problems here in Australia. So out of curiosity, when I was preparing this presentation, I look up the numbers for USA. So you'll see on the left, there's like Australia, and then the right USA. So the fascinating thing about this is that 1 in every 5 Australians, it's about 4 million because we have a smaller population compared to the US. 1 in every 5 Australians suffers from a mental illness in a given year. Now, the interesting thing is that in the USA, it's the same ratio, 1 in every 5 adults. But of course, based on your population size, there's 47.6 million. They've experienced mental illness, and this is based on the 2018 numbers. Okay. Now, in terms of the top 3 mental health problems here in Australia, we have anxiety, followed by depression, and then we have substance abuse. So I actually have the source there if you want to check that out. Okay, at the bottom, and then in contrast, the US, okay, it's quite interesting because the top 3, you have anxiety, similar to us in Australia, and then major depressive episode. So I'm using the terminology as used by the NAMI organization in the US. And then the third one is PTSD. Okay, so there's like some similarities despite the differences in terms of the country size and the the population. There's like similarities between the numbers in Australia and in USA. Now, when we talk about interventions, okay, in terms of mental health, okay, you could classify that there are, 3 phases. So we have prevention, okay, and then we have early intervention, and then we have treatment. So once again, look at this as continuum. So there's the state of mental health well-being, and there's a point where they're becoming unwell, to the point that they're unwell, and then they undergo treatment and they have recovery. That's think of it, it's like the continuum. Okay. Now, where does mental health first aid can help? It's from this point wherein your person is becoming unwell to the point wherein they're unwell. But take note that mental health first aid is not treatment. So you need to go for treatment. There are medical professionals. So just to clarify, so you have a background idea of how things are here in terms of mental health care. So here, if you are feeling so overwhelmed, You have all these feelings, these emotions happening, and happening within you, and you feel that you can't cope. You could always talk to your GP. So we call the doctors, the general practitioners, their GP. So we have a universal healthcare system here for citizens and permanent residents. So I'm currently a permanent resident here, and for certain people who are in certain categories of visas. There's a lot of different visas for people staying in Australia who are not Australian citizens. So there's like your access to Medicare. So you go to a GP, talk to the GP, and then the GP will actually write what is called a mental health plan for you, and it's subsidized by the government. So we have up to 6 sessions in a year. So, but they're saying that there's a need to have more sessions, and now with this um, COVID-19 pandemic, the government has released money, extra money for mental health, support programs here, and a lot of mental health professionals are now doing video calls like this. Okay, so that's what we have here in Australia. Okay, okay. Now, what is mental first aid? So as I mentioned, it's not like treatment. It's a help to extended to a person who's developing a mental health problem, or they're experiencing a worsening of an existing mental health problem, or it may be that they have a mental health crisis. So it's help. So think of it like the standard first aid. So for example, if here in Australia, somebody get bitten by the snake, and my God, we have like some of the most venomous snakes, in the world. So you give first aid, and of course, when you do like first aid before you start, looking for other people to tell them, hey, please call an ambo or an ambulance, call for help while I, do first aid. So it's like a temporary solution, but it's more of like it's given until an appropriate, you have an appropriate professional help, comes in, or until the crisis is resolved. Okay, so one thing to remember is that the mental health first aid course or training does not teach people to provide a diagnosis or therapy. Okay, so that's just to clarify. So it's just a first aid. Okay, so until you have appropriate, professional help, or maybe you have just, let's just say, you have a passing, like, an anxiety attack, to be there to support that person until that crisis is resolved. Okay. Now, the MHFA course, so the basics here in Australia, you have the standard. It's a 2-day class. I've also looked up what's the number in the US. I believe it's about 8 hours, so that's 1-day training. But here we have a 2-day class, and this class teaches how to recognize the cluster of symptoms of different illnesses and mental health crisis, and how to provide initial help, and how to guide the person towards appropriate treatments and other supportive help. So this is the coverage of the mental health first aid training here in Australia. Okay. Now, why did the mental health first aid Australia started, this training, and think of it like a movement? Because number one, as I've shown earlier, mental health problems are very common. So numbers don't lie there. And a lot of times people are not well informed. So like in my case, I have been active with Red Cross since my university days, but I didn't know that there was mental health first aid training. And then third, many people with mental health problems don't seek help, or they delay seeking help. So there's also sometimes a cultural aspect to that. So where I come from, so I grew up in the Philippines, and there's like still stigma. Here in Australia, there's still stigma, but it's not as bad as my origin country. Okay, so that's a fourth reason. So there's a lot of stigma and discrimination, and then there's also people who have mental health problems may not even recognize, or they may not be aware that they need help, or they don't even know where to go to. And it's possible that professional help is not always available. And the good thing about undergoing MHFA training is that it is found to be effective in helping provide better knowledge, not just for yourself, but also for your community, and attitudes, like about how we view mental health problems or issues, and it also gives you, the altruistic side, and you become more, giving in terms of, providing help to people who need it. And I feel that in the community, it doesn't matter whether you're in the red team or the blue team side of things. I realize that in my interactions with a lot of people in the community, cybersecurity community, tech community people, I have this inherent, fondness for, understanding the tech, and at the same time, they want to help others. Okay. Now, so earlier I said that I'm gonna cover this acronym. So there's this acronym called ALGI. Think of it as like an action plan. It's your mental health first aid action plan. And in the 2-day training for the Mental Health First Aid Australia, there are several, set of mental problems, conditions wherein there's specific, action plan. But just remember ALGI. So it doesn't mean that you follow this like step 1, step 2. So it could be like you start first with the L, listening. So okay, so let me go through ALGI. So when we talk about ALGI, the first letter A stands for approaching the person, assess and assist with any crisis. So part of the training is that you are provided with an idea of what are the cluster of symptoms, so that you can be able to assess in a way like how to approach this particular person having this mental health crisis. And then, of course, very important, listening and communicating non-judgmentally. And then you give support and information. That's G. And then E, encourage the person to get appropriate professional help, because first aid is just, something to help the person get through this at the moment. But probably they really need to go for professional, help. And then lastly, the last is encourage other support. So what do we mean by this? Encourage support from family members, from friends, from your different communities. So I'm really glad to hear that you have this particular group called DEFCON 201, so that you're there for each other. And I'm really glad to hear that you have this part, virtual meetups to be there for each other. So once again, so MHFA, this is the action plan. It's called ALGI. Okay, so approach, listen, give support, encourage person, encourage other support. Okay. Now, so if you are interested, there are these different resources. So obviously for you, it will make more sense if you go through the website. So I hope that after this particular, short, presentation overview talk, maybe, if you like find the time to go for a mental health first aid training, so that you can be able to understand all these different, cluster of symptoms, and be able, you feel that you can help other people become, like a mental health first aider. And of course, there's the mental health hacker. So I hang out in their Slack channel workspace, and that's why I got here, because there was a call for, hey, anybody who'd like to volunteer. And I look at the time differences, because most of the time when I look at this schedule there, it's like nighttime in the US, and that's going to be daytime for me, and I'm working. So this one's the perfect time, because it's your Friday night and it's my Saturday morning. So please, consider going for mental health first aid training to help not just yourself, but also help other people. Okay. Now, if you have any questions, you can ask it here, like in this particular Zoom meeting, and feel free to reach out. So my DMs are open. Okay. Just that I'm just a little bit delayed in terms of responding because of the time differences. Okay. So, okay. So thank you. Okay, so I'm just checking the chat window if there's any, questions here. No. Okay. So I'm gonna be stopping the sharing. Okay. Okay, there you go.
So I'm just gonna check the YouTube and the Twitch chat real quick for any questions.
Twitch is there's none in Twitch.
None in Twitch. I don't see any in YouTube yet.
I've got the Twitch chat popped up, so I'll relay questions from there if any come.
Okay.
Yeah, also regardless if any of you guys have any questions about what we're talking about and mental health.
All right,
Just
and
go-
nothing in the Zoom either. So
I'm just going to relay one comment from Twitch from Gordo DC713. Just he wanted to thank you for everything. I do wonder what that area code actually is.
713. Let me look that up. That is Houston, Texas. Hello from Houston.
Hello, 201 and 212. Say hello.
Hello.
And 631, kind of.
Don't pull the.
And 917, but
Okay. So
859 here.
407 here.
all right, so we're nearing the end of our first segment with mental health hackers. Side Pocket will be joining in shortly, and we will be able to kick off with WikiLoop Battlefield.
Was there any? Was Amanda able to come in? Does anyone have any questions?
Right. Did Amanda come in yet?
I don't think so because she said she may be late.
Okay. I guess if she comes in and we're like still around, like we could probably we could use some of our workshop time for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll shove her in at the end at like between our workshops.
Sure.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, are you all based in Jersey?
Yeah, we are all based in Jersey City for the most part. Some of us are in New York City.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So it's
so a little context is needed here. So there was a DEFCON 212 group, and there was a second one that is getting off the ground. But the New Jersey one, in a role reversal from what is usual about Jersey, decided to take over New York and became this. And as usual, we blame Jack. It's written in the bylaws. When in doubt, blame Jack. Oh no! Hold on. We blamed you for everything before you had the mustache. You're not a university.
But yeah, normally every third Friday of the month we meet at Subculture in Jersey City. So right here on Grove Street, it's like right down the street from the PATH station. And that's normally, if we were not under a super quarantine of some sort,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like we also have here. So Melbourne is in the state of Victoria, and in terms of this pandemic, the state of Victoria is one of the most conservative in terms of managing it. So even before the federal government said, "Oh, we're gonna go on a lockdown," the state of Victoria said, "No, we're gonna do it right now." So yeah.
I'm going to hell for thinking this, but now I wonder if Madagascar's ports are closed. Please tell me someone got that reference.
I got it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get it.
It's from the Flash game Pandemic, where someone coughs in Greenland.
Oh, he just ran off.
What? Didn't come with the port, did it? No. I will get one for you. Give me a second. I'm doing everything.
I'm on.
So I had a question and then it escaped.
Well, maybe you should control alt hack end commander or something. I don't know. I was going somewhere with the escape bit, and yeah.
No. Again, no.
Okay.
All right. So
can I just read out someone's comment here in the chat? The person said they actually have a degree in psych and feel it helps them do the red teaming to figure out the mindset of the adversary. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. So my case, I'm like looking at like alerts, alarms, and trying to figure out like what is this user doing. like, is this like, something bad or something? Yeah, it does help. Yeah. Well, and of
Okay.
course, yeah. Okay, so is Amanda here? I don't see anybody else. So
Nobody's waiting in the Zoom chat, right? In the
okay,
queue.
the waiting room.
Keep checking that too.
Okay.
All right. So
So
just
yeah.
a couple of comments from the chat. Just we got one person from 212, Kurt underscore.
Yep, there's Kurt.
Yep.
Hi, Kurt.
Hi, Kurt.
I miss you. Play music for us.
Okay. So
And yeah, go on.
Thank you very much for this invitation and for the chance to talk about what is mental health first aid. So I hope some of you may consider going for this training in your part of the world. I need to just drop off because there's a farmer's market, so I'm gonna go shop for fresh vegetables. Okay, you take care, and if you ever get to visit Australia or something, send me a message in Twitter. DMs are open, so I'm gonna let tell you which areas to be careful about, all the snakes and all creatures.
All right.
Okay, so everybody be well, be safe, and since I can't give you real hugs, I give you the Wakandan salute, which is based on the American Sign Language for hug. Okay, so if I see you in real person, just tell, hey, I'm from this group, and I'll give you a hug. Okay, so everybody take care. Okay, have a
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, thank you. Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, so up next we will be presenting WikiLoop Battlefield. I just have to, we're just checking to see if they're actually available at the moment, if they're not in the queue or something. Yeah, Side Pocket's on his way in.
The future.
Are you going to be joining on the laptop?
Future.
Okay.
The future. Transistor.
The future.
ARPANET.
Future.
DEFCON.
The future.
Photoshop.
The future.
Teleforce.
The future.
Printing press.
The future.
Prozac.
The future.
Internet.
The future.
Walkmans.
The future.
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 The future. The future.
The future.
The future.
The future.
The future. The future. The future is asparagus.
All right. So now we'll be switching gears. We are now ready to start with WikiLoop Battlefield. So, okay.
Yes.
Ah, hello. There you are. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. This is Victor. If you, thank you for having me here. When you think it's ready for me to start, just let me know. But thank you for letting me in finally.
All right. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Alrighty. Let me pull up the I love the slides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry about the bit of miscommunication earlier. There was a bunch of things we were trying to jump through on the other computer, but I'm just glad it worked out.
Yep.
Basically, when he's comfortable to present and Jack's, I guess, ready to now know what he's doing, we can go.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Okay. So, hi everyone. Thank you for having me here. I understand this is this is DEFCON 201 and a place for, I would assume it's mostly developers and hackers. And here in the theme that's WikiLoop, I would like to first introduce what WikiLoop is, and then give you a brief overview and demo of what WikiLoop is, and then we can have questions. So first of all, WikiLoop, what is it? WikiLoop is an effort originated from Google, but we intended to run it as a part of the open knowledge movement. So it's now having some other companies either interested or started to join efforts, and also academias and universities starting to join it. The goal is that we find out that the open knowledge world has been developing for a long while, and up to now, we start to feel like there's a lot of other things that we can help here. So what happens? Let me give you an example here. One of the most one of the most famous open knowledge project probably is Wikipedia, and Wikipedia has been famous for its high quality knowledge and a very rich and big corpus of articles. And thus they become the natural input of many search engines, knowledge engines, things like that. And obviously Google, with the mission of organizing the world's information, has been using all the good high quality source that is available public and then online. And Wikipedia is one of them. However, sometimes when the source are being either attacked, vandalized, or misinformation unintentionally slipped in, then the downstream consumers, the search engines and knowledge engine who consumes them, has a problem. In this particular case, Google on the search engine shows that Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos has a problem affording a car. Which, well, people may laugh at it at first sight, but think of it as a technical problem. Behind the scene is that the articles on Wikipedia is being vandalized. Someone put in the Jeff Bezos article says, "Hey, there is Jeff Bezos, the richest person, by the way, not cannot afford a car." And then this gets consumed by search engines. And then sometimes they show up if they sleep through the quality check system, then it becomes not only an embarrassment, but also it hurts user when they need information, and it hurts user trust. So we look it back and then we say, okay, this seems to be a very, very obvious thing, but computer cannot do very well on that. How can you tell someone, even the richest person in the world, can afford a car? How does a computer knows that? So that's something easier to be told by a human being, but harder for a computer to figure out. And obviously, that kind of things is one of the example. Another example, you may know there's something called question scientist. For those who don't know about this, take a guess what it is. Are they Christian or are they scientists? No, this is all their own concept. It's its own religion, and it's a faith, and people who hold the faith is called Christian scientists. And for the computer, how would they know if they, let's say, some group of the people invented a new concept that is some combination use of words of two other concepts that's somewhat related but not entirely same. And it's still a very hard computer problem, but easy for people who happen to have domain knowledge to figure out. And also people are already aware, this group, I guess, know it much better, that there are a lot of things that a human being by hand would be a lot harder to do than if it would be for a computer. So the intention of Wikiloop itself is that, hey, if we apply big data, deep learning, or machine learning in general, and maybe like apps into this field, we can do a lot more to, on one side, enhance the productivity for the editors and contributors of an open knowledge world, open knowledge movement. We can help them improve their productivity of what they're already doing, but also we can make the structure of their outcome easier to consume for computer to take in, to learn about, and also to use them to contribute back to the open knowledge world. With that in mind, we try to figure out if there's how we can best fit in the missing link that we have been consuming the data, organizing and fine tune and refining them for our users for a long time, serving user in that way, serving the open knowledge world in that way. But we figure out that it would be much more powerful if we can also find a good way and right way to contribute back. So that's a basic background of Project Wikiloop. And let me jump to what a Wikiloop battlefield is. So in Wikiloop battlefield, take this interface. This is a few months earlier. Currently, it's slightly different, but basically the goal here is we want to build a vandalism review app for people who review vandalism on Wikipedia. Now, I see this group. I see these groups are mostly hackers. I wonder how many of you have already either edited Wikipedia or click on the history revision list of a Wikipedia article. Have you ever? Can you either
Definitely.
write? Okay, awesome. So if you have done that, you know that Wikipedia is something. It's the power of Wikipedia comes from the fact that it can be edited by anyone, and so that's why the quality differs. People's opinion differs as well, and they can only reach a consensus and maintain the quality. They can only maintain the article quality by reaching consensus, or like look after each other, or sometimes make sure they watch if someone is intentionally, maliciously damaging the article. So that's why there's a need in the community to review revisions. And there's other tools that try to solve this problem. But we found that if we can build a tool that's much easier than what's already available to use, and make it easier for the researchers to use the data and also easier for the developer to use, to develop and contribute, then it will keep improving itself. Building the tool itself would be like that. So this is what the goal is for the user, easier to use. You don't have to install, which on the other side, for alternative, you either have to download them, install it on your computer, but by the way, also learning how to install a Java runtime, or you have to learn how to ingest a JavaScript into your Wikipedia commando.js if people are familiar with that. So basically, they have a technical barrier and also permission barrier for them to use. So we want to be super easier to use with an understanding that some people might abuse it. And then for researchers, we want to make it easier to understand, easier to get the data, and for developers, easier to build and release and pick up. So let me give you this briefing, a very, very quick demo. It doesn't take very long to show, but I will come back to the design concept, why we make it this way. Can you see it here? Can you see it?
Yep, we can see this one.
Yeah, so this is the basic interface of it. And then we give it a very simple button like looks good, not sure, should revert. And for example, if you think this revisions is something that should be reverted, then click on revert, should revert. Not necessarily do you have the power to revert it, but if you do, then you will have a way to click on revert now. And then with one click, it will take you to where you can publish the change for reverting it. And if you do it, which I'm not going to because this, oh, actually, I was not sure. I'm not sure about this one, but that's why I will click on not sure. But if you do, then you can publish the change. I'm not familiar with this football player, and this one, the person. Yeah, you can just review it, and especially for the articles that you're familiar with, you can make more informative guess or assessment. But even if you do just skip it and then go for the next one, it's just that simple. This one looks like a good one. And sometimes the diff is not available because the system doesn't have it yet. But this one is removing a revision, so looks good. And then changing the pixels. Basically, you are reviewing what people are contributing. And then if you find something that is that deserves reverting, then you will revert it. People are not vandalized it often enough for us to discover it right away here. But let me show you if I can find a very obvious one. Let's see. There's another feed. Okay, this is an obvious one. So you can decide that this should be reverted. Someone already did. Or this like changing something for no reason. And this is how you revert it, identify as vandalism, and you publish it. Then you fix it. You fix the one of the reversion. Let me show you this again. So this is not sure, change of goals. Yeah, basically you're reviewing it like this. And let's say this one is a reversion this one is considered as a bad revision, and you click on it and you publish. And now, are you not? The history seems not updated yet, but we already submitted. Let's see. Interesting. But basically, when you click on the should revert and then you publish the change, it should help you revert it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone in the Zoom chat asked, so it's like a pull request on GitHub or like a code review system on any other code repository?
That's right. It's not necessarily an entire review, but it does review a diff for you give opinions on the diff, and then the first thing we would build is we want to allow people to give very basic label, but then the next stage for us is to enable people to give them, let's say if they want to warn someone else who is making those edits, hey, this is probably not helping the Wikipedia. They can give them a reason why they think so. And then the next step, if we make it super easy for anyone to use it, then someone would potentially either misuse it or intentionally abuse it. We want to be able to identify such pattern in our software as well, and then give them lower weight or find a good way to enforce that, to let them know that this is not something they can do. So that's the background and very quick demo of Wikiloop Battlefield as a tool. And by the end of the day, what we're trying to do here is, let me see. I want to probably pause at this picture. We want to help people do what they are already contributing to the open knowledge world, but in a more productive way. And then also harness the outcome of their contributions and make those available to research, all kinds of researchers, either you're academia scholar or someone who wants to use it in the engineering setup. So that would be it. And that concludes my demo. I now welcome all the questions.
All right, we are open for questions now. I'll be monitoring Twitch, YouTube, and the Zoom chat.
I heard that, I see that someone asked, I have it, but have trouble I have trouble with authenticity of the knowledge because what you're speaking is like a pull request of the pull of the GitHub.
So this was before when you were talking about how the authenticity of a Wikipedia article was inherently tied to the results of things that pull information from Wikipedia, like Google results and things.
I am not sure if I understand your question.
So he was just saying that he was just commenting. Yeah, so he was commenting that issue with vandalism on Wikipedia is perhaps one of the reasons people don't trust the authenticity of Wikipedia in general.
Well, yes, and I think that's a very good assessment, particularly even for Wikipedia themselves. They declare that and they don't treat Wikipedia as reliable source. If anyone edit Wikipedia here, and if there's any editors in this group, they know that there's a concept called reliable source in Wikipedia. Basically, something that is reliable. Let's say you have to go through a thorough peer review process in order to publish something, and like big newspapers, academic paper, reviewed academic papers, things like that are considered reliable. But things that anyone can edit, including Wikipedia themselves, is not considered reliable source by Wikipedia itself. So yes, I think you make a right call. And what's the next question? Let's see. The next question, does it pull data from Wikipedia API or it has its own repository? Okay, so revision lists, revision updates comes from Wikipedia. Wikipedia provides an API, and that is provided by the software powering Wikipedia called MediaWiki. It provides API endpoint about each individual revisions and also each article's snapshot. So, okay. And Chromiko asks, why doesn't Wikipedia only allow authorized people to make changes? That is a very good question. Let me show you. This is a good question here. So so in the article of Wikipedia itself, it introduced the beginning of Wikipedia. There's something, I think it's Newpedia, yeah. So this article is the previous version of Wikipedia, but it failed in the sense that they require very rigorous peer review or authorized people to make changes. Well, here it only merely by restricting the ability to publish already failed that previous exploration. And then if you opt in the model of only authorized people are allowed to make changes, just like a GitHub repository, that would make a Wikipedia, an encyclopedia, more like a traditional encyclopedia. Think of it as, let's say, Microsoft's Britannica or the Britain Encyclopedia. They are using the kind of editor model that only authorized people are allowed to make changes. The only difference are like how many people are allowed to make changes. So Wikipedia itself, being one of the reasons they become successful is because of its openness, whereas everyone are allowed and invited to contribute to it. So that basic assumption is one of the biggest pillar and principle of Wikipedia itself, and also that's root of many problems it has as well. Do I answer that question?
Okay. That yeah. So I have one question that I wanted to ask related to Wikiloop Battlefield. So would it be possible to apply something like first of all, is Wikiloop Battlefield open source as it is?
Wikiloop Battlefield is open source.
Nice.
You can find here. It's completely open sourced.
Sweet. The second question I have is, would something like this apply for large amounts of user-generated content for something like, say, a message board or chat room, where you have it figure out what sounds like maybe vandalism or potentially unwanted content on the EGC stream incoming, and use it to filter out between moderators what can and can't go in through?
I think this is the kind of similar. This provides a good use case for such the problem that you described. Yes. Okay. Wikiloop Battlefield itself currently is optimized for Wikipedia, but I think the idea, a concept behind it, could be borrowed and apply to the case that you say, like UGC flows, which is a big problem as well, right? Let's say one of the question in nowadays trustworthiness in the internet is that previously, before the internet, the distribution, the generation and distribution of information and knowledge is basically, we would say a big portion of it is a monopoly, and is basically only a small group of people has the power to put information into people's eyes and ears in massive way. But nowadays, even if you are you have not contacted anyone, have any title or anything, you could potentially become just as influenced by just making a tweet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also the problem is that with that ability, everyone can create information, and that allows a lot of rooms for misinformation. And as we say, one big question is, why do misinformation generally spread faster than truth? I don't blame the misinformation itself. I don't think it's as powerful, but just the only problem is when people take the truth or all the restriction for information to be good, when they take that out from the restriction, then there's a much bigger space of information they can choose and optimize for spreading. Let's say I can make you a shocking title subject to make a clickbait. Things like that. It happens in everywhere in the internet. Now the question is, to resolve it, do we either go back to the centralized and monopoly form of collaboration, restrict the power of reviewing, authorizing, disseminating information to a small group of people? Or do we still trust and believe that the massive group of peoples are trustworthy, and as long as we have enough pair of eyes looking at the information, they will get corrected and picked out? That is a fundamental belief when the movement of open software is free software is based on. And I do also believe that is a very powerful protective shield for knowledge and fighting misinformation as well. And that's the principle behind why we make this. We believe that it would be better for general public and people to be able to review what's coming in as information flow. It's better than like having some centralized place for people to go to review it.
All right. That's good. That's a good answer. All right. So we're about to wrap things up on the WikiLoop Battlefield. I did check the Zoom chat, the Keybase, the DEFCON 201 Twitch and YouTube, and I don't see any questions in particular. So I believe now would be a good time to move right along. So thank you for presenting WikiLoop Battlefield and answering the questions about it. Excellent project. I like it a lot.
Yep.
And the fact that it's open source, that definitely wins hearts on our honor. So
we'll put in my email and my Twitter handle, and then if anyone wants to contact me, just shoot. Yeah, that's my email and also my Twitter handle and GitHub ID. And and yeah, just contact me and have any follow-up question. And by the way, it's open source, so you're welcome to contribute.
All right, sounds good. So I'll be switching gears over to Side Pocket, who will be introducing our next person.
Yep, thank you.
Well, first of all, can everyone hear me? Okay,
Yep,
I can hear myself.
Yep.
All right, so first of all, because apparently my voice can't travel, Jack, please let Joseph in. Please keep checking the queue every 3 to 5 minutes, because he's been waiting there the entire talk for like 15 minutes. I feel like I should have a rolling pin or something. So yeah, I was late in because where's the flyer, Sirso?
I have it.
Okay. Because as we probably mentioned in the beginning, we normally meet at this awesome place that's called Subculture. It's located ironically at 260. We kind of add a little zero in for 2600 Newark Avenue in Jersey City. And they've like us, they've really ramped up doing like virtualizing and remoting all of their stuff. So they normally do takeout. So even though we're not meeting in Jersey City, if you happen to be in the area, go get them, because they make sandwiches the size of your head and stuff like that. And I'll be chowing this down in a moment. I also want to mention that due to some form, I guess, of technical difficulty, what you're not seeing right now is we've been trying to motivate computer hackers such as ourselves to not just sit on our hands all day while COVID is going on. We're trying to promote active. I don't know why Joseph's not joining, but whatever. Why? Oh, okay. Sorry, I just got off track there because I'm getting frustrated, to be honest. Yes. So sorry, let me take a sip. Actually, normally I'm not like this. This is just I'm in like a mode right now. So
completely understandable.
That's fine, Tyler. So we're trying to get people motivated during COVID-19, and we're computer hackers. So normally when we see a problem, even as insurmountable as this entire plague is, we want people to contribute to it any way we can. And for all of those who are currently watching on Twitch right now, as apparently my butt just leveled up behind me, we are actually right now raising donations for every single one of our live streams, whether it's today's meeting or Hack All End Commander, which is End Commander's new awesome show on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. and my upcoming one about lockpicks called The Master of Unlock at 8 p.m. We're going to be doing a bunch of programming out this month, but this entire month we are currently raising funds for Fred Hutchinson, which is normally a cancer research facility that has converted most of their facilities to trying to help the COVID-19 crisis. So if you're on Twitch itself, if you scroll down, you will see the donation page right there. You don't have to do a lot, $1, $5. Trust me, I know money's tight because my money's tight too, but every little bit helps. And then whatever that amount is, I mean, we'd love to reach 200 because it seems like Twitch people get like billions of dollars all the time, but whatever amount of money, even it's $5, we're going to then chip in some of our stuff and donate that to try to help them nip this whole what we call CVE COVID-19 in the bud. I will also put links to it both in the Zoom chat and also on all of our live streams for those who are not on Twitch who want to directly join. However, if we're able to, if Amanda's there, I'm sorry, DC, just wait a couple more minutes. Amanda from Mental Health Hackers came in. She just wants to add a bit to what her counterpart said. So if she can be unmuted, and is she still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. Say what you need to say. Go, girl. Love your banner.
Oh, goodness. All right. How's it going? Everybody
Hungry.
doing good? Yeah. Yeah. I've not eaten anything but ice cream today, so I'll eat it for this. Let me share my screen. How much time do you want me to take? I haven't really asked that before. Do you want me to just like plow through this, or?
I would say if DC doesn't mind, like 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, just keep
Yeah,
going.
that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, I will cut this down.
Actually, it's okay because I need to get some stuff ready, so you can use like 10 or 15 minutes. That's totally fine.
Okay, feel free to cut me off. This is like a 50-minute presentation, but I can cut through it real quick. So let me get this ready. We can start.
We won't cut you off. We will let you know what's going on. We don't cut people off. We're not ill mob.
Oh, snap.
You went there. Went there.
I've been cut off by a lot of types of people. So it's fine. I talk a lot. All right. So how's it going? My name's Amanda at InfoSister on Twitter. I am the CEO and beginner or whatever of Mental Health Hackers. I've learned a lot over this last couple of years, basically that a lot of us are broken. I started in this industry thinking that I was the only one that was broken. I started talking about mental health issues for about 2 years in our community. Started out with the first keynote I ever gave at B-Sides Nash. I kind of wanted something big picture that was like a TED talk. Before that, everything that I was doing was technical talks. I focus a lot on defense right now, and have always. And I wanted something that would benefit everybody. So my first talk was called Hackers, Hugs, and Drugs, Mental Health and InfoSec. It went over a lot of my personal struggles that I was having, like when I first realized I had a big problem and I covered a lot of the more common mental health issues out there and their symptoms. A lot of the medical research reading I did, coping strategies, that kind of stuff. One of the more interesting things that I found was called the Savannah IQ interaction hypothesis. And that covered the correlation between higher IQs and higher rates of depression and self-medication. And so during that first talk, a lot of my best friends and like my son were in the audience, and they came down to me and said, wow, that was a real big downer, which really, yeah, the talk itself was kind of depressing, but it was also really eye-opening and seemed to resonate with way more people than what I had ever imagined. I hadn't really thought I'd be doing what I'm doing today, but it kind of just set things in motion. I've given that same talk now more than a dozen times, and each time I feel like it touches more people. It breaks down the stigma that we have to talk about our own mental health problems. And no matter how many times I give it, it's never really easier for me to talk about. I have one slide in particular that I happen to cry at the end of that other presentation every time. But now I think more than ever, especially with the COVID, quarantining that we have going on, people are talking about their own mental health more than they ever have before, which is great. Like, this is exactly why we created Mental Health Hackers, is to kind of have just this peer support group and support each other in what we're doing, and kind of have that general open discussion about, oh, this has worked for me, it may work for you, this is what I do to cope, we should get out and away from our keyboards more often. Even if it is, to take a walk around the block with a mask on, you're getting up and getting out from behind your screen, right? And more communication is definitely going to help all of us. A few times after giving that talk, I was told something like, wow, you had a lot of really uncomfortable people in the audience, and which at first kind of bothered me. But maybe that's good. There's a lot of really hard truths in life, and maybe getting it from a place you'd last expect it to come from is going to leave more than an impression. Should people be uncomfortable that I'm talking about depression and stuff? Maybe, but some truths are hard. And that's what we do. We take things apart. We learn everything that we can about a subject, and we fix things. We find solutions to problems, no matter what level of InfoSec or tech that we're doing. I don't really get uncomfortable talking about anything, so I'm good. But honestly, if I can help one person out of an entire audience of uncomfortable people, then I'm just going to still keep on giving the same talks that I've been giving. And we come from all walks of life, right? A lot of us have had abusive and complicated paths. Even a person that hasn't had much of a struggle is still even guaranteed at this point to know or be interacting with someone that is struggling with mental illness. Depression is currently the leading cause of physical illness in the world. And depression has skyrocketed, as with the fact that everyone's schedule has changed and finances have changed, and our entire world has just been rocked by this entire quarantine. It was bad before, and now it's just getting kind of worse, right? And I never thought I'd be talking about it almost every day. Sure, it was part of my life, but really only background noise that I kind of dealt with on my own, or didn't really actually deal with. I kind of just ignored it and shoved it way deep down inside where those emotions are supposed to go, right? And now people come up to me at conferences or social media or whatever and tell me their stories, and they're just super personal and sometimes incredibly painful, that they break my heart and make me feel incredibly honored to do what I'm doing now. We're dealing with a lot of stuff. I'll skip over these next couple slides because you can go watch my other talk, and I go more in depth about anxiety disorders and bipolar and eating disorders, OCD, PTSD, schizophrenia. There's a lot of really intense cases of all of those out there. And sometimes they're all combined together. There are chemicals involved that there isn't an exact science around treating. What I've found in my medical research, it's not my medical research, but the medical research reading I did, was that doctors kind of just throw medications at us and hope they stick. They're not really even sure why sometimes. There's an actual American Psychological article that goes into that everything's understood and explained from doctors in an overly simplistic manner. And a lot of times they're just they're just making educated guesses like we are. They do probably a little less Googling than we do in our in our day-to-day jobs. But for the most part, it's a trial and error thing when you're trying to deal with any kind of mental health issue. These are just some statistics based on it. It's a super common thing, so never feel like you're in the minority if you're dealing with any kind of mental health issues. A lot of them end in suicide, sadly, which isn't something I really covered much in the first part of the first talk that I gave, other than some statistics around it. It's always worth pointing out, I think, that we're not always as alone as we think we are, and we can make a huge contribution to society by just staying alive. This is a description of the Semicolon Project, which some people get tattoos or wear shirts or armbands or whatever, and it just brings awareness to mental health issues and suicide worldwide. Because a semicolon doesn't end a sentence. They make a choice not to, right? I also learned something not too long ago when I was tweeting an article or something about suicide, and somebody mentioned that either I did or the article used the words committed suicide. And opposed to saying commit or committed suicide, you should use death or died by suicide instead, because it kind of just preserves that person's dignity, because they didn't commit a crime, they didn't do something wrong, they were doing what they thought was best for themselves and the people around them. And as a community, we've lost a lot of people to suicide. I personally have known at least 5 people in my lifetime that have died by suicide, and I'll always encourage those around me not to choose it as their answer. And I've been there. There have been several points in my life where my brain was telling me it was the answer. Life hurt too much. No one would care if I was gone, and a million other things went through my head. And there's an actual distinct difference in between suicidal types of thoughts. There's active thoughts and there's also passive thoughts. Active suicidal thoughts are something that involve a concrete plan, while passive suicidal thoughts are just like, it would be so much easier if I woke up and I wasn't alive anymore. And the majority of people in the world have thoughts like that. It's just a fantasy about dying, which crop up because depression has made the idea of dying more appealing than the idea of continuing to be alive. And no one should have to face that alone. We can do our parts to make things better. We're fixers, right? There's a lot that we can do. And I think this industry needs to change. It has changed a lot for the better. First off, we have to have an open dialogue about it, and ta-da, you're here watching that, so congratulations. You've accomplished something today. And we need to start treating mental health issues, just like any other health issue. If your employee with type 2 diabetes comes up to you and says they have to go to the doctor and have their meds, or they might be limited in some way because of it, no one's going to think twice about allowing that to happen. Why doesn't everybody think the same way about someone with OCD or someone with PTSD or anxiety? All of those medical conditions you have to keep on top of every day, and they can impact you daily too. And that's why I'm here talking about this kind of stuff. We're doing what we can to support the community, and it's time to kind of just do our part to get the word out that we all have mental health, and a lot of cases it's struggling. No wonder our burnout rates are so high. We have a lot of companies out there that aren't really doing anything for us in regards to our mental health. I have so many people that I know that work in InfoSec that are pulling, 60, 70-hour work weeks and burning themselves out. Your mental and physical well-being is more important than any company's bottom dollar. And we actually see that in return rates, that companies that have better mental health care and support for their employees actually have lower turnover rates, and they have better output, and they have happier employees. And just overall, I think it's in the United States, they spend over or lose over $3 trillion in lost productivity every year just because of mental health issues. And for every $4 put back into mental health issues in a company, for every dollar put in to mental health care resources in a company, $4 is returned. So it's worth it, right? And I mean, in general, making people healthier is definitely a good cause. The next slides really I have just about being the change and a little bit about how Mental Health Hackers started. We started at DerbyCon 8, and it was just a little idea that I had of a 4-hour workshop that we were going to have, which turned into me thinking that I was going to go from the hour-long talk I was giving, because I wanted to get a bigger audience than the people coming in and viewing my talks. I'm like, I can help more people if I have like just something open-ended where people can come and go as they please with the kind of information that I was finding from NAMI, which is National Alliance of Mental Illness, and the American Psychological Association, like all of these great places that have all these super amazing physicians and whatever. I just wanted to have a place where someone could go at a conference and chill out, because I would have crazy panic attacks at conferences because I work from home all the time and I talk to my kids and like people online, and then for 24/7 for a few days in a row, I'm just surrounded by people, and it would freak my brain out and I would have a panic attack and I would have to go and like be away from people for a long time, and it was just not healthy. So I wanted a quiet room that people could come get mental health information, and DerbyCon let me do that at DerbyCon 8. And I didn't think there was going to be as big of a response as there ended up being. My initial goal was to raise $3,000 just to like fill that room with as much as I could, and we raised over $7,000 in a couple hours. And most of that we ended up spending on massage therapists over the last couple years. So I went from that 4-hour workshop idea, and then this last year we turned it into a nonprofit. So we have a 501c3 that when we're allowed to be around people, we go to conferences and run these villages, which have, you know, talks from people in the industry talking about anything from organizational things you can do to help your mental health to, you know, taking away the stigma and fear of finding a new therapist to, you know, dealing with emotional intelligence and all of this kind of stuff just from people in our industry that understand the stuff that we go through. We had these wonderful air loungers, we had fidget tables, we had yoga every morning. We had a really good yoga instructor that actually does DEFCON work that came and did yoga every morning, which I was not wanting to do after staying out in the morning until like 3 a.m. And then getting up at 8 to go do yoga, but it really helped. Now we have over 100 volunteers. We've been to 4 countries, and I've lost count of how many states. We've been able to go from me thinking this was a 4-hour workshop to being able to run 6 villages at once through our other volunteers and other board members that we have, and all based on just funds from amazing donors and people that support this entire idea in the community. And everybody wants to just give back and make this a happier, healthier place to be in. And I'm really thankful that even though this is not what I expected to be doing with my life, because I really just wanted to do InfoSec stuff, didn't really expect to be doing anything with mental health related. But I'm glad we're here. You know, that's kind of what our mission is. Some of the places we've been, and then this is our board. I assume some of you might know Click. He used to run Tool in Manhattan, but now he decided to go to the other side of the world. But yeah, this is our team, and they're fantastic people. And if any of you want to volunteer, we're always looking for people to do stuff. I'm currently having issues with Apache and WordPress, if anybody wants to help me with that. But yeah, you're all important. take care of yourselves before anything else, because if you're not around, you can't take care of anybody else. That's a hard lesson that I've had to learn myself, as being someone that overworks herself to get around all of the anxiety and depression issues. So I hope this has been helpful. Let me know if you have any questions or want to talk about anything. We have a really good Slack channel of volunteers that kind of just talk about whatever. We've been having weekly remote lobby cons just to kind of hang out and talk as groups. They usually start, at least the last handful, with a professional psychologist or psychiatrist or counselor or whatever that will come on and talk about individual topics regarding mental health. I have a friend that works in InfoSec that lives in Chicago, and his wife is a counselor, and she came on and talked about grief. And it wasn't just grief of losing a friend or a person or, a loved one or whatever, but it was the grief that we're all having to deal with now, not being able to meet in person for a beer, or not being able to go to a poker night or to a DEFCON group, or the things that you are grieving losing these last handful of months, and maybe, going forward, who knows. So yeah, it's been super helpful for a lot of people, and I'm just happy to facilitate it. I'm not a mental health professional. I work at a startup doing sim stuff, so I'm really just here to kind of share my stories and what I've learned, and give a voice to everybody else that needs to talk about this kind of stuff. So I'll end it there. Everything else is like, I don't know, last another 30 minutes. So I can get that another time if anybody is interested. And if you have any questions, we can open it up for that, or you can catch me on Twitter. I will go all the way. Oh, I guess my Twitter stuff is there, but yeah. Just let me know, I guess, if you have anything.
Well, thank you so much for that talk that exceeded kind of what I actually had high expectations for this. That's why I was trying to reach all of you fine folks for a while.
Yeah.
I think you kind of blew everyone away, because the only comment we have is, we have just like a yes click, like I no click from Tool. And
I know Puking Monkey too. What, I don't get a yay, man? Come on.
I know, right? No, welcome to my world. Let's see. We have a question from Twitch that asks, do you do talks at other DEFCON groups besides ours, or would you be open up to that, especially during COVID lockdown?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm in Northern Ohio. I gave a talk at DC 3. No, that's not right. In Columbus. Can't remember the number. But yeah, the full version of this talk I gave in person when we were still doing that. And I love it so much, just because it's the first group I've gone to and given a talk where it's all been super just interactive. It was more of I would say a couple slides, and then there would be an entire discussion around a topic. It was super fun. So yeah, definitely anytime. Yes.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what
we
I'm
actually
doing wrong.
I wrote out a red flag when he said, what was it, WordPress? Because my first thought is even though we're really busy, it's we will help you off WordPress.
Oh, yeah, right. No, I know how bad WordPress is. It's all about the extensions, though, right?
It's all about making it static and not exposing WordPress to the internet.
Exactly.
I just want to mention that this is the group that somehow convinced Twitter that we were some Snowden Russian CIA bot, and then got blasted off there for a while. So I'm just putting that out there.
I mean, for a while, people thought I was Bernie Sanders' love child. So I don't know.
Speaking of love child, because I do have a more serious question, but I want to take this off first because I noticed about your last slide. Can you confirm or deny if one of your main people, Megan's father, is in fact Megatron?
I can ask. I think that's her nickname, though, because she does jujitsu.
Because that's just amazing. But no, serious question here, because I've also been Yes.
I
Doing
can neither confirm nor deny.
yes. Doing just checking in chat. So my question is that I've encountered this particularly with physical health because just put that out there since we're all being comfortable here. I'm classified as bipolar type 2. I used to be on medication for that, but I've been like doing actually pretty well without it just because of a lot of life changes. However, with that, without it just because of a lot of life, and I imagine it's even worse when it comes to mental illness. One of my issues that I have is, for example, thanks to my job, I do have, for example, full health insurance finally, so I'm able to go see a doctor for whether it's mental, dental, physicals, stuff like that. But thanks to COVID, it's sort of like, yeah, I have insurance, but where do I go to use it? Because everything is being hammered right now, and a lot of places aren't open. So my question is outside of your organization, is there any off the top of your head you can name drop of like either resources that people could go to online, or maybe even just tips of like how to kind of create that sort of like social network, even if it's one or two people that you can like be able
Just
to
like talk to about it?
help going through, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So one of the things that we actually want to do, if we can ever get like those big sponsors that have millions of dollars to give, is we want to be able to create a fund for people that don't have good insurance in InfoSec to afford meds and counseling and therapy, whatever they want to afford, and have this just fund, to help people in our community. There are a lot of online services as well. You don't necessarily have to go to a therapist or a counselor or anybody in person. There are, there's some specific to vets, there's some specific to LGBTQ. There are a lot of different things online. NAMI, so NAMI, check out all of their resources. Like, I've never been disappointed with anything that they put out. They have a lot of really good stuff. We also have a resources page on our website, mentalhealthhackers.org, that we've been putting stuff out on. So check that out. There is a class that I highly recommend, and let me bring it up on the slide if I can find my. I'm gonna murder my children. It is called
Fork.
No, I'm getting there. Mental health first aid. So they originated in Australia, but it's like first aid, but for mental health. So it's an 8-hour course. A lot of places it's free. It teaches you basically how to triage mental health issues in others without making it worse before they can get to a professional.
Mom, James is up. And we want to also just put out there for anyone who's watching this or following our stuff that, again, just like with mental health hackers, which you guys have been doing fantastic work on, that I'm often usually up at stupid o'clock in the morning, especially during COVID, and I'm also the one that looks at Twitter a lot. So if you're ever on our social media and you want to DM us something just because you're just frustrated with something, or think anyone's listening in, we're more than happy to hear it, because as I've once read, we would rather come to your like bitch fest than to come to your funeral. So
exactly.
We want to make sure that goes by. I had a quick question. Just give me a moment to bring up, and then I'm going to ask one round in chat, and then I'm going to see if DC is there. And I just once again thank you so much. Something I've been debating about, and I'm still trying to figure if hope's happening, is have you when you've done like your own dedicated rooms, because I hate to go off tangent, but
no,
I'm glad more conventions are doing this sort of like mental health sections of conventions. Like Ciricel and I were recently at PAX East, and they had an entire section that was like a cool down room, and that did wonders for him and N Commander. And I'm really
There's also one at MagFest every year. They do wonders there.
My question is, and I know there's probably permit issues with these, but have you ever looked into like doing like a form of pet therapy, like just having like a section for just bunnies or something like that? Because I've actually seen conventions do that, and apparently that helps for like a lot of people who can't really communicate that well.
Yeah, we've brought in therapy dogs and everything. I would love to do like goat yoga and like a cat and bunny room or something.
Wait, goat yoga?
Yes.
Don't tell our ex-neighbors.
You just do yoga, and then like when you're in downward dog, they jump on your back.
That's great.
Yeah, like I've heard of this. You work out like in the vicinity of a goat. It's actually how I imagine like cat yoga would work, and they just sort of like hop on your back, or they imitate what you do, or bleh
They make sure
you and
they make sure they're small goats so they don't like crush you.
yeah.
Different stuff though.
They're not wearing Reading wings.
The
Oh right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Goats.
They're
can
pretty
be
aggressive with
assholes.
each other because I've been to many petting zoos. It's kind of fun.
Side pocket. We're not talking about goats. See.
No, I know. I'm making sure Jack's in his right mental health right now because I've seen his work and it's really good, and that's why he like doesn't have facial expressions anymore. I just want to make sure he's okay. Yes. So again, I think your explanation did so well that I'm looking everywhere and I don't really see anyone coming in.
If not two, they know where to find me. I'm
yes,
online.
and one of our Zoom members just said that they live in Lexington. Oh, so I don't know if you heard the news person in Zoom, because they said that they hope to see you at the next DerbyCon, and I feel like this is like one of those like spoilers. Jesus dies on page 480, but
no more.
From my
derbies.
understand, DerbyCon is not a thing now, but I do know that there are like DerbyCon groups that are being set up similar to DEFCON groups, and I believe there's one being set up in South New Jersey by our friends at Black Cipher that will happen once COVID's over. So
nice.
You might want to look. Please don't say it. No, I understand. But no, what I mean there is that it still goes on in like spirit. So I'm
in
pretty sure
our hearts.
In the Kentucky area, they will open a group. If not, I can bug my relatives that live in Louisville, Kentucky, and you can go down and shoot at their range. They literally live in a mansion. They're actually really great people. So,
but we have those villages, lots of places. Like last year alone, I think we did 17 cons. I didn't go to all of them because I wish I could travel that much. I still do about 17 conferences a year, but not all with the village. We would have been at DEFCON, but there we go.
No, who says, especially since we're trying to, we're looking into doing things virtually around that time. We still have to do a lot of testing. I saw this stream, but I don't know. I think an online cool down zone that doesn't have like naked people dancing to music and awkward pauses and stuff might be work. Twitcher basically just commending your talk here. So if you can list once again where they can find mental health hackers, yourself, and anything or people you want to shout out or thank, and I think we're good, and you can hang around as long as you want.
Yeah, mentalhealthhackers.org, at Hackers Health on everything else. We're on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, all of the crap that you're required to do when you have a company.
So you're like us.
Yeah, right. And I'm on Twitter myself at InfoSister. Would have been a photo goon again this year for like year 6, but I guess I can take pictures from my house.
Well, again, thank you so much for you, and thank you for also your friend that came in the beginning. You're doing amazing
thank you
work.
guys for having me.
Because
I tried.
Because as we schedule in here, I just want to give we do put a lot of work in trying to get not only like our goal, we have this weird impossible goal where it's like awesome people, but also people that we don't really like. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in here didn't hear about WikiLoot Battlefield until we started blathering about it. I saw it because I'm part of Wikimedia NYC, but you talk about a group of weirdos that are proud of being weirdos. So, but we tried to do that, and we also, we're sick and tired of whether it's in person, and we're not going to shout out names, Black Hat RSA. But that we've been to enough like in-person meetings, and especially with like online webinars, that we don't want to be doing the whole like how to mitigate your passwords in order to do a ciphertext in the cloud. And now I'm getting trigger warnings. So what we try to do is we have a lot of varied interests. So whether it's something as mental health or biohacking or making booze or knitting or whatever, we that's the type of stuff we're interested in. So we just want to show like the breadth and depth of like what hacking and the hacker community is, and the fact that if us morons can do it, then you can do it. So
I was amazed at the amount of people that enjoyed knitting.
Oh yeah, so no, we've been trying to get crocheting and knitting for a while. In fact,
Holy crap.
I had two friends, they were supposed to come on to talk about how they make their own, like we have, where did I put I think it's in my room, unfortunately, but we have like a lot of homemade masks our friends have made for us, and we're trying to get that on here, but I think the timing didn't work out. But whenever we get a chance, we're going to put that type of stuff on there. We've been wanting to do like a crocheting and knitting workshop for a while.
So cool.
So just to kind of transition on, DC, can I introduce you? Are you ready?
I just need like 3 seconds.
Sorry, I just got to a payphone and I'm like, so that's what he looks like.
Cool. He is physically a payphone embodiment.
I did not.
So what I'll do is I'll kind of introduce you, and then if you're still not ready, we're going to just stall for time. So basically, if you haven't known, one of the other virtualized things that's been going on is the New York 2600 group. This is actually like Jack and I, basically all of us had met through that group, and I've been going there for over 10 years because, as they say, self-torture makes you smart. And around the same time we virtualized, they also virtualize, and they have their own Zoom meetings that aren't live streamed because they like do stuff that we hope to one day do on cam, but it's like crazy stuff. I think he has a name. Was it Murdoch? Yeah, that's his name. The crazy stuff. So, but we encountered so many cool people there, and one of the most awesome people that has me excited is, and I don't know why he refers to himself, but we know him as DC4 US. Note, there's no group, DEFCON group that I know of that's called 4 US, because it's based off the area codes, because I was worried people would see DC and that and just be like, what are they at? Is that group that's by the Sea of Tranquility on the moon or something like that? But no, he always goes on, and he does a lot of phone stuff. I used to Redbox when I was younger, what I call the beginning, the middle of what's the silver age of phone phreaking, and now we're in a modern age where, hey, guess what, you know how to program, guess what, you know how to now phreak a phone. But he still does a lot of just really awesome cool stuff. What I think was it so he got a number from Long Island.
Oh yeah. So let me just get on the microphone here. Okay, now you guys can hear me. So yeah, basically what wound up happening was during
Echo.
Oh,
side pocket mute.
Oh, sorry.
Checking 1 2. Are we clear?
You are clear.
Sweet. So yeah, during an NYC 2600 meeting, we were looking to set up a new phone number for a NYC 2600 local BBS, and one amazing thing that wound up happening was that DC4 US and a couple of people in the NYC 2600 group were looking for phone numbers, happened to find one not only in the New York City area. I mean, it's not in New York City, it's in Long Island, but it's in the 631 area code, and it just happens to be in Fire Island, and it ended in 2600.
Yep, it's area code 631-570-2600.
Yep. If you dial into that with, what are the modem settings?
It's not a BBS right now. Right now it's just a regular conference right now, I think. We set up a menu and everything.
Okay. So yeah, it'll dial into it and have fun with the phone system there.
So I'm gonna get on now to finish this intro. So basically, I was like, dude, you have to show up on our live stream, show up something, and he pitched this really awesome. Well, he's gonna explain to you what it is, and basically, I've designed this so that this happens at the end, so that you can kind of just talk and we can meander as long as we want. If he wants to call people, that's fine. If people want to show off projects or drink or just don't get nude, because we're not that type of Zoom. That's not a challenge for that. Plus, we're also on Twitch. So, I mean,
yeah, if you get nude, we will probably kick you out from Zoom. Almost certainly, definitely.
Yeah, simply just because you don't have a low cut enough to be playing Fortnite right now to earn us charity. Although again, we are raising money right now for the Fred Hutch for COVID research. We're going to post those links again, and if you're on Twitch, you can scroll at the bottom and donate $1 or $5. Any amount will count. We're going to pull the money at the end of the month, and we're going to fight this COVID thing. So I guess one last thing. I swear to God, I'll shut up. Right now, the DEFCON CTF qualifiers are going on. That's the capture the flag game. It's a Jeopardy game. You get to test out your hacker skills. We'd like to just compete into a lot of CTFs, whether they're big or small. Am I showing it? What happened? Do you hear me now, or did I get cut? Okay, because your phone died. I fell asleep. But no, so we're doing the CTF, and we just like to do it to test our hacker skills and fun. Although we shockingly place decent on a lot of them, so that's what shocked me. But if you want to join us, it's going on right now. I'm probably going to log out and kind of log. You could fry an egg on that. Cerisol's phone just lit on fire. It's lit. So, but if you go to our Discord, and I'll post the link to that in also the Restream chats and on Twitter. And we're going to be doing this all weekend until 8 p.m. on Sunday. And I hope to see you on our Discord or IRC to challenge there. But so without further ado, DC4 US, what crazy contraption did you set up here?
Okay, well, before I do that, can I get into a little bit of a backstory about myself? Oh, well,
is that a payphone, razor and blade?
Is that a what?
It's a line from the Hackers movie.
Yeah, my room is cluttered with phones, as you can tell. No, I'm not even kidding. Like, the only thing that's not phone related is my bed, but surrounding my bed is phone related, and phone related. And a 486 and stuff down there. But, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I should get to a little bit of a backstory about myself. So my name is Dylan Cruz, also known as DC4 US. I'm 17 from Winter Springs, Florida. Now, the phone network has always interested me. I remember being 5 and just leaving the phone off the hook so I could listen to the, if you'd like to make a call, permanent signal recording from the Oviedo 5 ESS. Now I spend most of my time red boxing payphones in West Virginia, social engineering central office technicians to creating test lines for me that they probably shouldn't, finding diverters and extenders, war dialing and scanning, usually by hand for hours at a time, exploring the whole US PSTN. Now I live in the Orlando area, so my family takes trips to Walt Disney World quite often. Last time I was there, I walked straight up to the courtesy Mickey phone and the guest services in front of many people, bypassed their tall restriction called long distance out of their DMS 100, and was just having a blast listening to some intercept messages some 1,000 miles away on a phone meant to only call within the LATA. I was having some fun until later that day I was doing the same thing on a payphone that allows free calls inside the park, until I was approached by security wondering why someone was on the phone for an hour, seemingly dialing numbers in rapid succession. Now, I'm the kind of guy that goes beige boxing and Bell South catches up to my activity and hits me with a $900 bill, but that's a story for another day. Today, I'm going to be talking about NPSTN. I started NPSTN, which stands for the Northern Pacific Switch Telecommunications Network, in 2018. And it quickly matured after that, thanks to my best friend, Naveen, and also my other friend, Brian Clancy, who unfortunately passed away this year due to terminal illness. By early 2019, NPSTN laid claim to approximately a dozen different nodes in several different countries, conceived as an alternative and supplement to CNET. NPSTN today is a fully fledged VoIP telephone network for phone freaks, telephone collectors, with 80 members in 10 countries. NPSTN is a peer-to-peer VoIP network based purely on previous Bell system standards and practices wherever we can implement them. It is a very well structured network with real live 24/7 operators and tons of trunks where you can blue box so you're blue in the face. Today I'm going to be talking specifically on how NPSTN is able to connect network operated coin telephones without any major hardware modification to the phone itself, other than just zip tying the coin relay to make coins fall straight into the vault instead of waiting in the hopper. We have developed special ASTRIC code to detect coin denomination tones, widely and incorrectly called ACTS tones. Therefore, all anyone needs to do to get their payphone on NPSTN is just connect it to a channel bank or VoIP ATA, which is a little box that you connect Ethernet to, and you get usually 1 or 2 telephone ports out of it. And all you have to do to the ATA is just set it to off-hook auto dial to a certain number on your asterisk system. In fact, you don't even need an asterisk system to be able to do what I'm going to be demonstrating. All you need is an ATA. You don't need an asterisk system. You don't need to even know how to program an asterisk. It's almost just plug and play pretty much. And so, yeah, I guess I'll demonstrate this payphone. So this payphone here is connected only to a little ATA. Here, I have one in a box here. Here's what an ATA looks like. I have a new one in a box here. Let me just grab this one out. This is for a subscriber. I was sending this out to them. But here's what a VoIP ATA looks like. This is a Grand Stream HT 704. It's the 4 means it has 4 telephone ports here. You just give it power and you connect it to just a regular router, just using an Ethernet cable. And now when we will provide these for free on NPSTN. We'll even cover shipping. And all you need to do is just connect this up to your router and connect it to the payphone. And then here, let me change my audio settings because I have the payphone piped in to Zoom here. Can you guys still hear me, by the way?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Let me go stereo mix. Now, hopefully this, can you guys tell me if there's any echo? So I guess I go.
Can you guys hear me?
Hear you loud and clear. Oh, wow. Sounds like you're on the phone.
Now we're actually on the payphone here. So this is actually on a coin first. This is on the coin first trunk. So I believe it needs 10 cents. So let me get 2 nickels here. Now we have a dial tone. So I'm going to dial a local number. Let's see here. I'll dial it to my step-by-step switch. I don't think it's going to work. Oh, actually it is. So now we're on that step switch. Let's see it. That was a bit of a boring. Let me find something more interesting here. Let me put in. I'll put in a quarter. It will accept a quarter because it gets at least the 10 cents. I dialed 6460088, which is a number that'll give me dial tone for my step switch. That's dial tone. Okay, let's see here. I'll dial 0, which will ring the operator console on my system. That's this phone over here on my operator console. I release it. That's a busy tone coming from the channel bank because I released that extension. Here, let's see. Let's call the time and temperature number on NPSTN, which is actually a long distance call. Actually, I think it's local. Actually, sorry.
When you call friends, give them a chance to answer. Let the phone ring at least 10 times. The time is 8:55 and 40 seconds. Temperature 74.
And that's my local time and temperature. This time I want to find something that's long distance. Let's see if my friend Zach is on right now.
$2.15 more for the first 3 minutes.
Okay, one moment.
This is literally the epitome of playing with yourself.
See how much more I need to deposit.
Side pocket.
$0.70 more for the first 3 minutes.
Okay, 70 cents more. 25. 45. 55. I need somewhere. Luckily, I own this. Actually, sorry about that. Now the call's going to go through.
If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. If you'd like to speak to the operator, please hold while your call is transferred.
I don't think he's in his house right now, so he's not going to pick up. But that's a demonstration of what a long distance call is, because when you have one of these payphones set up on NPSTN, based on where it geographically is and geographically where other members are close to you, it designates what's a local call and what's a long distance call. See, now it's just going to ring to his Panasonic, but he's not going to pick up, so it's going to go to his answering machine. Let's see here. I need some more change. Let me open up his phone real quick.
You're stealing from the Bell system.
They're gonna like $1,000 for the phone and just fry my head.
So, out of curiosity, what is the label on the phone say? What network was it attached to? I can't make it out clearly.
This was from New York City. Here, I'll read it in a second. It says, no coins needed for charge, SOS, and free calls. Local calls deposit coin before dialing. Long distance dial all calls directly. 0+ needed for charge and person-to-person calls. 1+ needed for station-to-station free. And then it says, here, I have a red box right here.
That's what I wondered.
My red box currently doesn't work, so I'm going to use this iPod Touch 4th generation, which is the only thing that I have, because everything else, I have hardwired computers and everything. But here, let me go into phreaking. A red box, but with a very unconventional device. Here we go.
I swear to God, the anchorisms that we're seeing here is going to open a black hole and swallow the state of Florida. Wait a minute! Oh my God! I know what I need. What this recording needs to be. Florida man hacks payphone with iPhone.
Actually, it's an iPod Touch.
Wait, I thought Florida was already a black hole.
$2? Into that.
The thing is that those apps haven't worked on the public phone system for years. So the fact that we're seeing this.
I actually used this same app on the same iPod in West Virginia in 2018, and it still works.
So.
Yeah, I was going to say,
the problem is that people from Florida are stealing our payphones. We're literally looking at it on Zoom. You know,
It
well,
says
yeah, we'll see. You know, this is
Coin Vault.
what we realize is that when you see a Florida license plate on the Jersey Turnpike, it's someone that's stealing one of our payphones. That's why they've all gone. They've gone to retirement.
I just I just want to make a note. DC4 US is a bit soft on the sound volume, so because of Zoom's algorithm, everyone's talking over him whenever they're making sound on their end.
I don't know how I could make the sound any louder, actually.
Yeah, no, it's a problem with having a limited frequency range like that. It's unfortunate, but
Just to reiterate, this right here is not an iPhone. This is a really old iPod Touch. I currently do not have a cell phone and never want one and never will own a cell phone. That's my philosophy.
that's a good philosophy.
Okay, well, so this was a coin first trunk. Real quick, I'm gonna change this to a something like a dial tone first coin trunk, which is what we would have today.
Jack, you need to move the mouse. You managed to open the Zoom menu on stream. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now you should be able to hear me through my computer with my. Okay.
Nice hat.
Now I don't know how many people were on here when I was
Jax,
on.
did you dox us?
100, but we spent like 2 hours trying to get my computer screen to be shared on the Zoom. Yeah, you know.
Oh, I remember that shit.
Well,
Yeah.
I think this point needs a little bit of explanation because this was a fail factory moment. So we were on the 2600 New York City call, and Rob T. Firefly, who's a great guy, does not believe in the concept of screen sharing, and so had disabled it in the Zoom chat. Now, you could still share your webcam, and because I run Linux, I can do video for Linux, and I can just stream my desktop into a fake webcam. So far, no problem. Then what happened was DC4US was dazzling us with this wonderful phone phreaking, but we couldn't actually stream his screen. So what we ended up doing was he called me on Discord, streamed shared his screen there, and then I piped that over Zoom. My network traffic graph was special.
It was
Nice.
very bandwidth efficient, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it was just so it was like the Bell system.
There you go. Let's see here. Okay, so now the trunk we were just on, that was a coin first, right? Because when I lift the phone off hook, I have to deposit a coin in order to get a dial tone. The coin trunk I'm about to demonstrate is called the post-pay trunk. So here, I'll show that for you in just a second. Let's see if I can switch to, actually, I wonder if I can talk through here and talk here at the same time. So here we get dial tone first. I don't know if I sound better or worse. You probably
No, there's echo. There's definitely echo from both parties.
Okay, here, if I can fix that 1 sec. Okay, there we go. Now that should be a lot better. Okay, so here we're on a post-pay trunk. Let me hear. I'm gonna dial the phone. It's ringing my other phone here. Let me see if I can. I don't know if you can see that, but if you see that flashing on that trunk. And now it's going to put a loud tone until I put 10 cents in the phone. Sorry, here, let's try this. See, now that I fed it some money, now the tone gets off and now I can actually talk. That's one of the ways they did it on like step-by-step offices. Here, let me release this other side. There's like massive echo. There you go. So that's one of the ways they did it. Is they just put a tone on the line on answer supervision. So, you know, if you get a busy signal or you're listening to ringback or an intercept message, it doesn't affect anything, right? However, if someone goes off hook and answers your call, then it puts a loud dial tone on the line until you deposit the correct amount. That way you can't talk over that. It'd be very, very difficult. And the tone is present to both parties. So that's post-pay. I have a few other trunks I want to demonstrate. Let me just dial something that doesn't go off hook. Actually, I'll dial a supervision test number. You've reached the WSPFL Fieldbook 7 Supervision Test 34759. As you could hear there, the second the supervision test went off hook and supervised the call, the loud tone coming from the local switch overlaid on top of that call. So that's how the post-pay system works, and now it's alive again on NPSTN. So here, let me just demonstrate the two other trunk types that they are.
Okay, so now you should be able to hear me on my computer.
Perfect.
Something's wrong with my hat. I'm having a hat malfunction. Okay.
Oh no, hat in the planet.
Okay, let's see. So that was we covered coin first, which is the first one where you deposit a coin before you can get a dial tone. We covered post pay, which is where they put a loud tone on the line so you couldn't talk over it when the person goes off hook. And now we have dial tone first prepay, which is pretty similar to what I actually experienced in West Virginia, where you would go off hook on the phone, right? And you would read the instruction card, and if it says if it's a local call, you deposit, I think it was like 55 cents or something. I forget the local rate over there, but I deposited 55 cents on the dial tone, and then I placed my call. So here, let me go here, and let's change. All I have to do is just change one line on the ATA to go to 0903, and then I just apply changes, and now we should be live. Okay, so let's see here. Now I just have to change the audio to stereo mix. Stereo mix.
So now we have a dial tone. So let me dial, I'll dial something on my step switch.
The call you have made requires a 10-cent deposit. Please hold on, wait for dial tone, deposit 10 cents, and dial your call again.
So now obviously that's on there because I didn't deposit 10 cents before my call. So here I'm going to put in, let me find 2 nickels here. Let me actually get another nickel, 1 second. I need 1 more nickel. Okay, I have 2 nickels now. And now if I call again, it's not going to work.
The call you
I didn't write Putting it at 75 cents. Now it's going to go through. Maybe the local rate's actually not 10 cents. It's actually most likely something else. Huh, weird. I wonder why my phone didn't ring. Testing. Huh, weird. I guess my ring generator, my step switch is disconnected. 1 second. There you go. That worked. That worked. Okay, so let's hang up from here, then I'll dial a long distance call. Just gonna go intercept again. Okay, let's deposit anything. Let's see. Let's try now.
$2.05 more, please, for the first 3 minutes.
See, so now since this is a long distance call, and this is on a coin zone system, it's asking for more money. So I have to grab some coins out of my phone here. I think I wanted $2 more. Okay. It's $1. Dollar. I don't know how much I deposited there. I wasn't keeping track, so it's probably gonna ask for more.
Thank you.
Guess that's enough. I probably overpaid for that call. This is a disconnected number on my friend Mountain Hills PBX. It's on an intercept drill. So it waits till the beginning before playing the message. That is if his system is online. It is.
You have reached a non-working extension at Humanocentric. If you are calling from the outside, please hang up and dial toll-free 1-855-247-4600. If you are calling from the inside, please consult your extension directory or dial 0 for an operator. This is a recording. You have reached a non-working...
I'm pretty curious what the flights to Sydney, Australia are. Forgot to deposit. What was I gonna do? Oh, yeah. This is a test message on a switch in Sydney, Australia.
Please deposit another $2.40 more for the first 3 minutes.
Where did I put my red box at? There it is. I don't want to pay for this call.
$2.40 more for the first 3 minutes.
How do you like that?
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Just give you like $1 million.
Welcome to the NPSTN AUSY01 exchange in Sydney, Australia. This exchange serves code 791. The exchange operator can be reached on 791-0000. This is a recording. 79125. Welcome to the NPSTN AUSY01 exchange in Sydney, Australia. This
Sandy
exchange
can
serves code
obviously put in a coin in the middle of a call.
The exchange operator can be reached on
Just doesn't do much.
791-0000. This is
If I'm not interrupting, we have a request for a number.
What's that number? Sorry, I just moved over to my other microphone here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What was the number?
Okay. I have a delay, so I'll read it. An unknown person on Twitter recommended okay. Yes, we can hear you.
You're on a delay, remember.
Okay.
Just
let me
roll
type
over.
the number so I don't say it out loud.
Okay.
Does it start with 231? Yeah.
We got it. We're good.
Where's it put? Is it in the Zoom chat?
Yeah.
Let's see. Whoops. How do I open that? No. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's try this. Let's see here. 1 second. First, I'm going to try this. Since this is a PSTN number, I'm going to try this on my POTS line, but first I'm going to divert through AT&T, so just give me 1 second.
Like, I know people could decipher the tones. I just want to be discreet.
Okay, here, let me just get an AT&T operator to put my call through. Operator diverting. I don't know if you guys can hear this. Operator, can you connect me to a number? It's long distance.
I can try. Area code number.
Area code is 248, and the number is 434-5508. That's new. Oh wait. No. Seriously? Did I just get rickrolled?
Yes, and so did everybody listening to this chat.
Oh my god. I hate you guys.
I recognize the number too. That's the new one.
Oh my gosh. I'll counter that. There's a phone number I've written down somewhere and it plays. You guys know the duck song? Here, 1 second. It's like a duck walked up to a lemonade stand.
Oh god.
It's a good number to give out if you're being stalked or whatever. So yeah.
I always give this to people who.
Oh, you mean duck roll? Yeah.
I always give that to people. Whenever I'm at a supermarket and they're trying to sell me like a card and ask for my number, I'm like, oh, a 320-9999. They're like, that's your number? I'm like, yeah, that's my number. They just call and they just get a blast of 1,004 hertz in their ear. Here, 1 second. I really wish I could share my screen, but you know, apparently it's not something that Zoom supports. 1 second. Let's see here. I'm just gonna look for something real quick. I'll be very fast. Sudo su. All right. And
I just have a quick question. While you were on the payphone, after you keyed in a number after the DTMF tone, there was like a clang sound in the distance. Was that like something special in the line, or like?
it depends to what you were referring to here. I'll bring it back on real quick, and you could tell me right when you hear it.
Okay.
Well, first, I don't know what coin trunk it was on, but here, let me dial like 3.
Right there. Yeah. so I can hear something in the line.
So what that is that's actually sounds of a number 5 crossbar that was taken from Evan Doorbell recordings. It's on an asterisk system to simulate like a crossbar 5, basically.
Okay. Huh. That's
So it's
pretty cool.
just trying to simulate an electromechanical switch.
Yeah.
So on NPS10, we have a lot of simulated switching equipment, but then again, we also have a lot of physical switching equipment. We kind of have, you know, a mixture of the two, and whatever we can't come up with in terms of physical switching equipment, we substitute that for simulated equipment, as well as we're able to kind of offer a more immersive experience in total using a bunch of simulated switches.
Neat.
I just have one
interrupting.
more-
I just want to throw out there that in a couple more minutes we should probably just go to general chat where everyone can unmute and go on video. So like maybe like 5-6 more minutes. Like DC, you can keep going on phone stuff and everything, but I'll go to potpourri mode.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. Okay. I just wanted to see one thing here. Let's see. Where do I have this at? Let's see. I mean, you know, I guess I can conclude. I guess I can conclude my talk. I just want to end this as if anyone is interested in, you know, getting their old payphone to work, and they're not interested in doing a lot of hardware modifications to it or buying a lot of expensive coin trunk equipment, or if you're just a phone freak or a telephone collector or anything like that, then I recommend NPSTN. We're on npstn.us, and we are a nonprofit community. We currently have one cool thing about NPSTN is you can actually dial 0 and get an actual operator. We have like 6 operators, I want to say, but currently due to COVID-19, a lot of our operators are busy doing other stuff. So usually I'm like the only one taking operator calls on my operator console, but normally we have quite a bit of people to take those operator calls.
All operators are currently busy assisting other customers. Please wait.
We actually have a message like that in a few different areas.
I do have one question just personally for me that's not weird music. If I know that at like Hackers for Planet Earth 2 years ago at Circle of Hope, Night Owl and a bunch of other people, I think Jack also helped with this, were doing like an interconnected phone system to like connect the booths together. If Hope either happens this year or gets delayed to the sun or whatever, would you be interested in I mean, this would be great to present at Hope, but to bringing this to
Oh yeah,
like a
definitely.
workable
I
ground
was
level, like
actually
possibly talk to Night Owl and get this whole network going.
Oh, that's awesome. Mhm. I can hear you. That's pretty cool.
Okay, so just real quick, just a note to the people who are listening in on the stream. For some reason, GI Jack's microphone is not going through to Twitch and YouTube and the other streams. We can hear you on Zoom just fine. Your microphone works, but it's not going through to everything we're streaming onto.
I have an idea.
Side Pocket has an idea, and he just wheeled in a 60-foot extension cord. Oh God, what is he doing? Oh, that works.
Can't hear him, just blather. Use my microphone.
All right, but should be working. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear myself. Okay, cool.
I wouldn't be able to check because it's not through Zoom that the problem is, because everyone can hear you on Zoom.
Hang on.
It's just on the stream.
Here's how we'll know. Oh, my microphone's muted because I just raised the TV. It's like a one-sided conversation. It's actually good that we brought mental health hackers, because I think anyone listening to this is going to go crazy.
Hey, can I demonstrate
What
something?
are they saying yes to? We love technology.
Can I demonstrate one more thing?
Hold on, we're just doing some troubleshooting on our end.
Okay.
Right, it's like a 5-second delay, basically.
My check. Hear me now.
I can hear you.
Can everyone hear me over the live stream?
Give it a pause.
I don't have the live stream.
Okay, so
Okay, apparently you're red boxing something. What does that sound?
I'm not red
Hear that?
Yeah, I hear that.
Who's red boxing?
Is that coming from me? Here, I'll mute myself. I don't think it's me. I just muted myself.
Okay, Side Pocket muted himself. We're waiting for the delay to kick in on the stream, because we're monitoring the stream on our own TV, too. I still hear that beeping.
Whatever Jack turned it to.
Sounds like it's coming from DC4 US.
I just muted myself a second ago and I still heard it.
Huh. Okay, it just went away.
Huh, that's
Okay.
weird.
That's what I wanted to do with it.
I'm not hearing you through the Zoom. Jack. Oh, and there's that sound again. And it's gone. Okay,
Is all the audio issues sorted out?
Right now I'm just gonna say let's move ahead with what you wanted to present, and we'll figure out the jack problems with the microphone in eventually time.
I was just gonna demonstrate kind of off topic, some blue boxing on NPSTN. So I have one of my extensions patched in here. Let me get a blue box ready here 1 second.
Okay. Cool.
So on NPSTN, you can dial 1 plus a 7-digit number, and it'll route that call over an MF trunk. and I wanted to demonstrate what like the release sounds like and all that type of stuff. Let me see.
So now I have my my ATA phone on here. Let me thank you. So if I just dial the payphone.
See, that works directly.
Okay, there we go. So now I'll dial the same number with a 1 in front of it.
And if you heard that cheap, we're now over 2,600 trunks, so I'll release this side.
See, we're actually on a 2,600 trunk. And now I can blue box if I... Second. This blue box never works correctly. 1 second.
We're sorry, your call did not go through. If you need assistance, please stay on the line and an operator will answer. NP57.
All right, well, I guess, wait a second. I know why you guys can't, I know I can't hear you. Sorry about that. Now I can hear you guys. So I was probably just talking over to a bunch of people and I probably sounded really rude for a second, but I didn't.
No, nobody was talking. No, we were all listening in on what you were doing.
Okay, well, I was deaf there for a second from the conference. I was like, why does this sound insanely quiet, like no background hiss or anything? But no, I think I'm pretty much done. That I was just demonstrating just blue boxing stuff. However, we can go to just a general workshop now and stuff.
Okay, cool. So I guess if Jack's ready for that, we'll move along to that, or Side Pocket, whoever's, you know. Yeah, Side Pocket's currently setting things up for a parallel thing.
A parallel thing?
You know what we need for DEFCON 201? We need like a really big like NASA control room to manage like the live streams and Zoom and everything. Imagine how cool.
Oh, I just had a brilliant idea. We should use fail server as the control server.
No.
You could just get like a really beefy, like, you know, just regular Linux box and just put like Proxmox on it or something and just have a bunch of VPSs. Seriously.
For US, I think you need a little context, and for Twitch, Fail Server is a 2003 Itanium box I have with 10 gigs of memory in it. That thing, when we've powered it up, and we blew out Hotel Penn.
Wow.
Actually, Jack, that's a Spark Sunfire? Okay, when Pandemic 2020 is over, I need to borrow one of those because I need that for a video. I need to install Internet Explorer on it. I think I've got. Yeah. I think I have the adapter cables because I had a Sunfire.
I'm really thinking of moving my computer into Jack's room because nobody heard any of that.
Yeah. So okay.
We can actually answer that question while he's gone. Why don't we use Jitsi instead of Zoom? Jitsi's a giant pain in the butt, and a big problem with Jitsi apparently is you can't have more than like 5 people at once. So
Totally agree. I've never had anything but trouble with Jitsi.
but I'm debating of whether it's someone else's phone because I can't use my phone or my laptop, so that Jack can at least have a speaker.
Okay, I think I'm going to move to the desktop. I'll be right back.
Completely dead a minute ago. You have to plug it in, but it can run Zoom. So.
Okay, if you can get that on set up, I'll plug it into his room and. Because right now everything sounds like one giant one-sided conversation. If you're in chat and you want to unvideo or unaudio and talk and stuff, you can just be respectful, or we're gonna have to boot you.
Hey guys, I'm actually gonna have to tap out for the rest of the night. However, I'm gonna keep this open, and I'll be back in probably like maybe 45 minutes if anyone is still on here in 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that a possibility? Is anyone going to be on here in 45 minutes from now?
Oh yeah, we have this Zoom up until midnight, so
yeah,
it'll keep going as long as we keep going.
Personally, I might ditch out soon just so that I can give this computer to someone who needs it for the stream.
All right. Well, I guess I'll talk with you guys later.
All right. Peace.
All right. Bye, guys.
Keybase doesn't let you copy and paste.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Can someone let my
It only does
desktop
that
into
on
the
the
Zoom call?
desktop because that's built into all desktop applications. What are you trying to copy and paste? The Zoom?
What was that commander saying?
I have no idea. Shed away.
Capital V.
Okay, so a couple of things here. First of all, you in. Here's my mouse. Here's my mouse.
Okay.
Hi guys, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I decided A, I need a real microphone, and B, I discovered something interesting.
And I thought Jack's computer would make everything simpler.
Side pocket.
One
At some
second.
point,
It's
you
on
will
the
look.
shelf, and I'll grab it because it's right next to you. Wow, we had an entire shot of my ass. I hope you guys are happy. I've been working out.
No appropriate
Get
things
those
I can
bugs.
say about that.
Have a good angle of your food.
What?
Have a good angle of your food, yeah.
I'm gonna be done on the laptop, so if you want to take that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm good with my laptop, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of sitting here. It's getting in my back.
Do you want to
It's
actually,
sweating my ass
because I was going to office, do you want to sit on the couch or?
No, it's more than I'm just sweating my ass out and having a fan on isn't gonna happen.
Yeah. Gotcha. Jack's entirely made out of butter.
I don't want to think of butter and Jack. No, those words should never be in the same sentence together. Okay. All right. I think someone should be saying something before we lose everyone.
Yo, Puking Monkey, talk to us. Stop looking at porn on your 3-monitor Chad system.
I'm on 2 Zooms, 2 Twitches. I had my friend playing background music on Instagram.
Okay, look, I'm going to use this as a threat. I've got demo.
Dude, you look like you're going to deliver toys, man. That is a sweet beard.
God damn it, Side Pocket.
What's that? Say that again.
Test. My voice is my passport. Okay. Big brain moment. So,
oh, we can hear everything in Cericel's room.
Can you guys actually hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, I don't know. Obviously, we need to talk about something. What are we trying to set up?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Commander.
What are we trying to set up in Chateau 201? I swear to God, that knows. Okay. All right. So
now I'm mad because I guess there's going to be no Red Noses for Red Nose Day. I've seen armbands and the usual food and toys, but I guess this is like a COVID thing. So, wow, this red nose makes me sound Jewish.
Now it makes you sound constipated.
I keep wanting to click it. Yeah. So today.
Oh, don't remind me of earlier this week, Puking Monkey. Ask Jack.
Yeah, we'll leave that by itself.
So I don't know. Today's been an interesting day. Yeah. I'm trying to come to the fact that I'm now my age is a power of 2.
Is that word interesting?
Oh.
You're now 10. You're 1,024 years old. Damn. You look great.
Oh yeah. Also, is Ed Commander and Squirrel's birthday today, so happy fucking birthday.
Wait, it's also Squirtle's?
It's Squirtle's birthday. Yeah.
Squirtle's baby.
I was just on a Zoom with them, but Narfi made it private, knocked everybody out. Oh well.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
It is Squirrel's birthday. And I'm gonna let him in.
So, yeah. So
Jack,
I don't know.
Can you let Squirtle in? I can't let him in for some reason. It says Squirtle Brazil.
That's him.
Yeah, that's
him.
Squirtle. Okay, I need to stop looking at this Novell NetWare install before I lose my mind. But I found I've been doing research on.
I still can't wait to do that, like 15 to 30-minute recap video.
Oh God, I am terrified to know what you're going to post. So besides Novell NetWare, I've also discovered another interesting version of Windows 3.1 that's actually really different than 3.1 or Windows for Workgroups. It's Windows for Workgroups 3.1, which appears to have stolen its network stack from DOS. So then beyond that, okay, Twitter, the balloons are cute when the day started. I'm getting sick of it. I've also discovered that IBM had a fourth compiler for the IBM PC. I've discovered what networking was like.
Balloons. What are you doing with those poor balloons?
Lots of things. I keep trying to pop them, but so this is an interesting bit. So I got into exploring into IBM demo disks, and this will be on Hackall and Commander. But what I discovered is that the very oldest one I have, which is a demo disk for the IBM PC 5150, it self-destructs if it doesn't have a EGA card. It actually is one of the very few programs I've ever seen that cannot handle running CGA mode on an EGA card. And it was coded in forth of all things from what appears to be a mainframe.
You know why the U is missing in fourth?
I don't know. They're all on private invite lists. Let them in. If they have problems, then kick them out. I think the problem is I think we admitted Squirtle at the same time, so now he's in limbo.
So tell Squirrel to close and reopen.
I'm gonna mute myself here.
Why do I?
All right, so hear me? I can hear myself.
Wait, I hear. Oh, that's Circel.
No, it's me. It's Jack on Circel's phone.
Phreaking Monkey, what are you watching?
Voyager over here, DEFCON 201 in the middle screen, Second Order Chaos, Flex Burbalese on the right screen. And on my phone, I was texting Jules.
Second Order Chaos, what?
Second Order Chaos, Rando's page. They're doing the 24-hour hackathon for Belize.
Okay, cool.
On Twitch. Right now it's Ray Redacted, Jake Williams, Wendy Nasser, Dave Kennedy, Alex Stamos on a panel.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we tweeted about that.
No, that's awesome. There's people who are
Yeah. So no, they're going to be on for 24 hours. So I got that. They're mute. Everything's muted. Actually, at one point, everything wasn't muted. I was listening to everything.
Yeah.
Same.
One of the other projects we're trying to work on is get like an actual phone in the DEFCON 201 household. And I had this Bell 500 I bought off eBay, and somebody stole it off the porch. Sad panda.
God, that sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And Taro's chatting on it.
I've told Squirtle and Keybase to quit and rejoin, but I don't think he's on Keybase.
So no, I was on this other Zoom with Narfi. They were trying to do game night. So One Dark One, Narfi, Squirtle. Who else was on there? They were gonna do they were trying to do a game night over Zoom, but then I was texting Jules, and while I was doing that, I got booted
Tell them
off.
to get on here. Come on, let's put everything together.
Try and get back on that one because
I mean,
now
we could play Collective Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, so they're playing Jackbox TV. So if you hadn't joined, he's not letting you in until until the game changes. So who knows when that's going to be?
I was going to say We actually have Jackbox Party 3 as well. I've been wanting to play that for a while. We just need enough people.
Oh, if you want to join though, the code is LYII, all caps. I'm not sure how you do that because I've never done that. Maybe I just do that in a browser.
I think. I guess they.
Oh, I need one more screen.
You open a browser to jacksboxtv.com and then you enter that code in. What was the code again?
Capital L, capital Y, capital I, capital I.
Can someone
Link
put the
it,
code
Yankee,
in chat?
Indigo.
Sorry, jackbox.tv.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Let's get in here. N Commander is joining.
Really? I'm not sure that it is because that looks like a bad site.
Trivia
Next meeting,
murder
I'm totally
party.
going to do a round of Jackbox Party and we have more people in here.
All right.
Enter 4-letter code. Enter your name.
Yeah, I'm currently.
That's literally what it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are currently exploring. Oh, hold on, folks. I just realized something. We have raised $21.
Oh God, it's Trivia Murder Party. I hate this game. Out of all the ones.
Hold on, side pocket. We've raised $21 for Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research.
$21.
21. It was 0.
Sorry, I committed.
Oh. People, please.
Oh, sure.
Yay! Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, I know.
Next time, give us
we'll
money.
have the prompts for them. Probably on Sunday on my show.
That fit into this category. I don't know. I'm playing.
I'm playing, but it's less fun.
I'm in the middle of it. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, I selected the noble gases.
I did so. It fits in the category. What category?
Propane is not a noble gas. It's propane and propane accessories.
Gas.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Propane and propane accessories.
And this is where Side Pocket has secretly lives as Hank
This
Hill.
delay makes me sound like Internet Explorer.
Oh yes. So the reason I want to borrow Jack's Sunfire is many moons ago I had Solaris running on Spark, and what I discovered is with a little bit of hacking, it is in fact possible to run Microsoft Internet Explorer for Unix on it, and then
Yes, a long time ago. And it was not Edge, it's Internet Explorer.
Yeah, no, Internet Explorer 5. It had the ability to run ActiveX controls and even came with a copy of Outlook Express.
Ooh. If I recall correctly, they also.
Oh, you mean Google Chrome Microsoft Edition?
I mean, that's great.
No, shush.
You did one. That's great.
Sorry, say that again, Jack.
That's great Navigator.
Oh, yeah, well, okay. I've been under the hood of Netscape.
Why are we talking about Netscape?
No, we're talking about.
No, that's what we used to call Netscape. Is Netscape.
No, we call. I used to call it OS2. OS2's litmus test.
I don't hang out at the same bars you do.
I guess you're missing the party.
What's Gizmo Duck? The fuck is Gizmo?
Yeah.
I know that is Pokemon and that is Teenage
Oh God!
Mutant
Apparently, it's
Ninja
gonna
Turtles.
thunder in a couple of minutes.
You know, it's like, you know, we were all complaining about the cold, and then suddenly summer got here, and now it's too hot.
It went from heat to AC.
Yeah. Okay, you know, screw this. I'm not playing Jackbox TVs. I mean, if I'm going to do something on stream.
No, Burning Man got here. That's what happened.
Okay, so.
Hey, and Mark both rang.
My God, it's 10 o'clock. I can't believe it's 10 o'clock. I feel like I should be doing something productive.
Yeah, time flies.
Okay. I don't know. Does anyone do the folks in the call want to be horrified by something?
Oh, I have an idea. It's gonna be mean.
Okay. What do I want to horrify you gents with that isn't something I want to do on Hack and Commander?
Alkane.
No, we are not going. Well, no. Why would I horrify people of the Alaska Canadian Highway? That thing is awesome.
I can show everybody what I found about deleting Dev Null.
You know, one thing I've always been tempted to do is replace Dev Null with a actual device and record what actually gets sent into the bit bucket.
So here's the thing: is that you can.
I know you can. I just haven't done it.
So I tried redirecting it to a TDY, and with success, it works.
All right, you know what?
So,
I'm going to look for my little bot. I'm going to look for
Jack,
my little.
talk
folder.
about how you got hacked by Hack in the Box.
Oh, so he's doing some of the hacker box exercises, and I noticed that somebody else is using one of the VMs. So somebody uploads like their own web shell. So I replaced their web shell with the shebang. I replaced the shebang as yours being cat and ASCII Yossi. And then I sent the immutable bit. And
what does it? Oh, I know what does it here. German cars.
So, I totally forgot what I was actually going to say.
I'm chatting with Serbo on the other one too.
Well, I've been working on my script for talking about Novell NetWare, and it's
I love that this all sounds like we live in an insane asylum.
Christ almighty, if you guys lived in a bigger apartment.
I mean, let's be honest here.
Guy, well, as it's been proven, you have to
there's
live
my ride.
Yep. Jersey City Lullaby.
It's been proven that you have to live in Chateau 201 to be a true 201 member. So at some point, you need to kick Neo out and let me move in. Not that Neo's ever there. Oh, shit.
I don't think I've seen Neo in like 2 months.
Okay, that is a butthole. Wow.
Alrighty then.
Uh-huh. Right.
Fuck me.
What buttholes are you watching? Share the butthole with everybody else. Be funny. Or you don't want to get kicked off.
All right, now I remember. So, with regards to redirecting DevNull, I remember years ago there was one of my friends did something where you could pipe the output of, well, the input to DevNull to a hacked up version of the mem scroller screensaver from X Screensaver, and it would scroll by like the contents of DevNull.
Next code is Mary, Virginia United Hospital. MVUH.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I think I do have something I can horrify.
This really is
people.
mind games tonight.
Hey, 1 second. Let me. Am I share my screen?
No, this is great. Narfi won't let me back in because I let it sit there for like the entire game, and then they're posting screenshots from it, but they're sending me the codes to get in to play.
Oh, please tell me I still have this. Please tell me I still have this.
Okay.
Maybe?
Oh, so you're calling a boot loop.
Frack. I think I deleted it. I was really struggling with having. So what came up on Twitter recently was people doing horrible, horrible things to macOS 10 Server 1.0. And I was really hoping I had all what? I was really hoping I had my old research VMs where I did unspeakable horror to OpenStep and then successfully compiled Darwin 0.1.
Oh god. Oh, was that was the thread with WinOCM in it, right?
Join OCM. Maybe. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I linked to my little house of horrors that was on nextforums.org.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's a good friend.
Yeah. The problem with Apple, so and I need to really put I'm not making this up shit disclaimer.
Can you see my screen right now, or?
Yeah, we can see your screen. I'm trying not to look at your screen because God. Yeah, I saw that tweet. But what I discovered is that Apple's build process for macOS 10 and Darwin was built around DPack, as in Debian Packager. They ported it to Raspberry. And this is 1999. DPack wasn't a C program. It was Perl scripts.
Oh, God.
Anything but Perl scripts.
If you don't know about the Sin Shop, it's a hacker space in Las Vegas. Every Friday they have a podcast, and it's going to start in 30 minutes, I think.
All right.
It's 7:30 Pacific time, so yeah, 10:30. Just so
Man,
you know,
everyone's getting on our time scheduling. Like, get off.
It's Friday. Well, we never had to compete with all the other DEFCON groups in the country and tech podcasts. No, we would go to Subculture. We would have a bunch of sandwiches, have a good time, and then go home. The problem is that now that we're all virtual, people can go channel surfing for their favorite group.
Channel 201.
Sin Shop is good, though. By the way, that's a fantastic space. If you ever go to...
I debate that middle one.
Network 23 coming to you live. It's Edison Carter. Max Headroom.
Oh, sorry. Chrome decided to install updates, and thus all my YouTube tabs decided to start playing.
Oh, God.
See, I'm one of those people that actually is really good. I only have 7 tabs open in total, but 3 of them are YouTube channels.
Chrome update.
So, I'm actually gonna hop off of Zoom now, just because I want to.
I have multiple browsers open right now.
Yeah,
We're actually doing really good number-wise with streams.
Oh yeah. Oh, I gotta say, which one do you like more?
Apparently, Puking Monkey's getting funky with it. Should we rechristen you Funky Monkey?
Yeah, this is Sec KC.
All right. Well, I'm going to sleep. I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
All right, Searcell, much love. Catch you later.
Yep. Bye.
Now we have lost our favorite garden gnome. May he rest in peace.
We've got a lot of people in Twitch. A lot of handles I recognize.
Twitch.
Yeah. Okay, so it's like I don't.
Yeah, I think everyone's just shy right now, or they're jerking off, or both.
Well, see, here's the problem I have. I have my own.
I mean, Jack is a handsome man, and N Commander has the voice, so.
Nintendo should update their catchphrase Cowabunga to. I don't like any of it.
My voice is my passport. Verify me. Okay, you know what? Screw it. If we're going to be quiet, I'm going to pull out. I'm going to do. We're going to pull out a Little House of Horrors. I am pulling out my PC emulator, and fuck it. We are going through a boot desk. We are going to see what IBM thought of networking in the 1980s.
Oh, you said PC. Oh my God. Thank God.
What did you think I was?
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Regret it.
He's like, I'm going to pull out this little monster of horrors, and then PIT, and then PC. It's like, thank you.
No, he's going to pull out his 3.5-inch floppy disk. And he's
what? Screw it. I'm actually, I know, I've got a better idea.
I mean, hard disk. Give more respect to N Commander.
Okay, no,
well,
I
said
better.
He was going to change this 3.5-inch floppy into a 5 1/4 hard disk. on Cat
Okay,
Live.
no, we're actually
and
we're
that's
going
how
we're
we're going
going
to raise money for charity, ladies and gentlemen. It's technical,
we're
highly
going
technical
full
work.
Gonzo here because well, he's not here, but you know what I mean. But at the moment, normally I was going to do this on Wednesday, but to hell with it. I am sharing my desktop. We are firing up a virtual machine. We are going to try and net boot DAWs here, people, from a Novell NetWare server. Abandoned ship. Repeat, abandoned ship. See here. So
Do
Novell
it.
There.
Meanwhile, me and Side Pocket are
It's
going
mind games. We have
making
reached
floppiness
that
noises.
level of mental insanity.
Yes. Well, here, look at it. It's Novell NetWare. It has Y2K bugs because I haven't gotten the patches sorted. But it works. I down it. Let's restart for a fresh session. Look at it. It's the best network technologies. Okay, so now that it's up and running, let's load RPL. We have the RPL stack. In theory, this is net bootable. Probably not, but you know what? Fuck it. I want to have happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Okay, so that's about a week ago. I did some experimentation, and when I say experimentation, I mean crimes against humanity. And by crimes against humanity, I mean I ran NetWare. Let's see here. Where the flip did I put it? Because I know it's here somewhere in my VMs. Where did I put it? Let me option ROM. There we go. Okay. Win311 networking. Hume RIL. The reason we are going to go down the rabbit hole of stuff, because you know what? I don't want to actually say evil because you know evil is such an unfortunate word here. Let's see here. StartNet. That's not what I wanted to do. So we've got NetWare server over here. What I have in as an option ROM is a copy of the rboot BIOS. And I may not do the actual setup, but I do want to crack open the manual for this thing because I have protocol documentation. And holy shit, I think I lost the entire Zoom chat. I've been ditched. Legacy boot ROM options. Let's see what happens here. Novell ready firmware. Is it actually going to try and boot from network? I probably should have Wireshark out. Oh, that's different. Fatal. Press any key to continue. That's it trying to do something. Holy shit, I think it's trying to net boot. Because let me down NetWare. Let me show you what it normally does. So if we look over here, this will time out. Actually, I may need to shut down NetWare entirely. Reset. Legacy option ROM. Because what'll happen is this will start sending packets. No, I think it be bored. Why you no work NetWare? I had you all right because this is the wrong. Why am I awake? What I start net. Like I should go to sleep. You know, I've been up since God o'clock in the morning.
I got pictures of my DC-26 Vegas trip. Anyone wants to see what Lobster Jack looks like?
All right, I want to see if this works. I want to see if this works. Fuck it. I want to see if I can boot. Okay. All right. Make my choice now. Okay, that is RPC trying to boot from network. So let's bring NetWare back up. And then let's load RPL. And these two things should be talking to, I don't know. I don't know. Why am I doing this?
Because you're a masochist.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. It's all right. Why? Wow. Do I have enough tap interfaces on this thing? Jesus. Netware, why are you not talking to the network? You should have packets on you. Stop, exit, server. You should be sending IPX announce messages, and if you're not, something broke. Something fell. Tap netware 0. Right, so that's plugged into the right bit. I don't know. Nothing makes sense anymore. How does that stop? Maybe because I know I screwed up this at one point and I had multiple Novell things. Dev 0, no. Netware bridge 0. There we go. All right. Let's see here. If anyone else wants to cover something, please take over from me.
Okay.
Cover what?
I'll just show you.
There's RPL. This is such a funky protocol. Look, it is layer 2.
Are you sure you want somebody else to take over?
Sure. Like I said, I'm going to be covering stuff on Wednesday. It's just no one is talking.
Okay. Did I just screw up everything?
No, you've got control, Jack.
Okay. So this is basically kind of about dev null. So you see there's like a 1 and a 3 here. That's like the node address. So you can nothing there. So if you recreate the node.
So staying in my ninjas, just to answer your question, most of us learned our command line fuckery through selling our soul to the devil.
Something like that, close.
More of it, a lot of it's experimenting with stuff, reading man pages. Once you get the hang of using commands for file system navigation and reading manuals, it gets easier, or you stop mining the brain damage. Either or.
Extra operating for the whole system.
Someone IM'd me and said, hey, this is so and so from AOL.
Major winner.
Credit card information. So we don't want your account to get disconnected.
Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna lie down on the couch with the laptop. I am gonna shut down the desktop.
Where am I going wrong with this one?
I guess AOL server of some sort. So that was my first experience with phishing. You're like what? Like I think I was trying to get my credit card information. I didn't have a credit card. I had a credit card generator from
Okay, so here we are. So you see that both DevNull and TT5 have the same both nodes.
We'd always ask their search. Search were the keys that you wanted to have a key that.
So this is
you could use multiple times. So if you remember,
important.
like spam. You get either floppy disk or it would be in CD. And I just remember collecting all these. When it constantly I would be signing up like search because they all eventually.
Okay, so here's your virtual.
Oh man, it's so much better sitting on the couch with air conditioning.
So, we went to the bit bucket, right?
Like Prodigy and CompuServe.
There you go. Redirected to no board. What's it called? It's a character device, and it just dumps it to TTY5. You can just dump DevNull to any other character device.
With a TCP/IP stack, you have the trumpet when sock it up and get all these bad stuff. Like you have to configure your machine to get online. That a certain bar. When AOL came out, that was the bar was lowered so low.
So that's how you can make DevNull writable.
All the work at 13 years old. Like ruining it. I remember back in the day, this was what Zero was talking about. You check on the future. The algorithm that credit card company uses at the future, which was stuff that had been published on like files and DDS for a decade at that point. And so everybody had a credit card.
What else?
Dump 100 valid credit card numbers. And AOL would check the algorithm and say, oh yeah, like that whatever criteria. You can sign up for a valid account, use for a month until the first time they tried to bill it. That was it. Like your account got canceled and you had to find something else. AOL was probably like the pioneer in credit card fraud and everything. They're like, we know how to fix this. They were probably working with these pioneer before that online transaction. Yeah, because a lot of ISPs were vulnerable to that time, and it was just again they just checked up against an algorithm and off it went. It got to a point where they were checking it. I don't know how many years.
And Commander, you're doing more evilness with.
What?
You still with us?
I'm still with us. I shut the desktop down.
Always so much abuse you can take in a day.
No, it's.
What you could do is get your hands on
My brain is I'll explain it. I don't want to say on chat. I'll put it in Keybase.
Right, that's fine. I've been working on crafting
so I would give a like my friend heard. So I would give my brother number.
So I've been working on making a primitive IDS out of IP table logging.
The operator.
It's not exactly the best idea. It's not exactly the worst.
He got through.
It records the real basics like null packets, invalid packets, fragmentations, Martians. It's the whole point is to pick up anomalies that would be generated by like either a scan or like an offensive attack. So you're not going to get all of it, but like I said, if you're doing like a capture the flag environment, or it's going to be like a bit of a free for all, it's going to give you a bit of a heads up that somebody's looking at you. So it's kind of like, I guess later on Black Fight, you see like a fighter, at least how it's depicted in Hollywood. One thing I have to do
Jack,
now
your
is-
audio is very soft.
The one thing I have to do now is just run the front end and just parse the log. So what I have working is most of the IP tables rules, which is not exactly pretty, and use rsyslog to put it into its own log file. So that actually does work pretty well.
And the other funny part is, so you just have to right. I show and if you remember, there'll be like 3 rows of paper, and the school like thought all the FBI, and you need to like throw away everything because you're in the back of the school. You're this is just some sequence. This is settled.
Yes, well, happy birthday, Squirtle, if he ever manages to get in.
You call this for this, and the FBI
I don't think he's in.
No.
You look like Frank from Hackers, like rich neck shape, like jumping in around his underwear. You remember like sawing
So if you wonder what I'm listening to in the background, is DC 27 soundtrack.
Oh, hell, actually. That was one of the great Yo Hell came out in 1994. It was put out by a guy who, I don't know if anybody who knows who he is. Somewhere East Coast, but I don't know who I mean, this dude would drink for free for the rest of the but so if you knew, like, okay, you know, a big thing for me was,
Just you and me, Jack, huh?
What's up?
Just you and me.
Yeah, me, you, and yeah.
They're not there. Empty. I'm listening to Second Era Chaos. There's Grifter and Sherbo talking about old AOL days. It's actually kind of cool.
Oh, well, I guess it was that one continuing again. I don't know, should we just like recast that stream?
I'm sorry?
Should I just like recast that screen?
Recast?
Yeah, we could just if no one's talking on here, we could just recast that.
Oh, yeah. What? Oh, did she not post it? Oh, she took it down? Oh, no, she didn't. Jules.
Oh.
She was out working in the garden today. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to this for a bit. Do whatever you like. I think 201 is wound down.
Yeah. All right, so I guess we're gonna cut to.
What did I miss? Did we just end? What happened?
Then
No, there's no one here.
Maybe Monkey, now you. So.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So I put on some bed music.
That's good. I think I'll check what our chat's like currently, but I think we're I think we probably should wrap it up soon. We still have good numbers. Jesus Christ, people don't quit. It's making me nervous about DEFCON safety mode.
Yeah, I thought there's some stuff that I kind of want to do, but like it's gonna disrupt the broadcast.
Like, Jack, what you don't see on my end is since you started the stream, we've had no dip in users.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, but they're not there. Let's see, who's there?
Okay, we got a really cool compliment. An unnamed person on Twitter messaged us saying, I like that you have actual presentations. You're better than 2600 in that regard. Their last meeting was going pretty well until they let that loudmouth drunk monopolize it. I don't know if that's Murdoch, but that sounds like Murdoch.
That's Murdoch.
Oh yeah, the guy that kept going.
He's been called worse.
He's done a lot worse than.
He's put a lot worse in his mouth.
No, he shows up to like Hope like Hunter Thompson with like a suitcase full of drugs. So Murdoch's story. The first time I met him, I dropped acid with him on Radio Statler. That was a night.
I'm trying to see if my friends on.
Yeah, you've been on for 4.5 hours now.
No, it's just they recorded Radio Statler, so
she's really not on, isn't she? I bet she's on.
When 7 o'clock, you can just hear me, just be like, just hit me, like, and like my body sees stuff. I'm like, oh, acid just kicked in.
Hey, so everyone on Instagram, this has been cute, but I need to use the phone for a bit, so next time we'll announce this in advance, and I promise we'll have more stuff going on in the apartment. Who knows, maybe we'll invite our ex-neighbors over. You'll find them really fun. Thanks, guys, for this, and we hope to see you at future meetings. And definitely check out my show, Master Unlocking. It will happen on Sunday, 8 p.m. We're going to learn lock stuff on Twitch. It's going to be great. Peace. New Jersey represent.
Oh, okay.
He went static on.
It's up to you. You're in control, man. This is why I can't wait that we were talking about this. This is why I can't wait to set up a dedicated.
Yeah.